now. Can you hear me? I'm going to go ahead and confirm that. Okay. Why can I doubly hear the stream? Hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's why. All right. We're live now. Real quick, I want to confirm that y'all can hear Malachi. Malachi, can you say a word or two?
Howdy.
All right. Could y'all hear that howdy? We got a lot going on, y'all. I just want to make sure. All right, we're good? Great. All right. Good morning, y'all. We are coming at you live at 9:35 Central and 10:35 Eastern. Um, so we're coming at you with a recap and more coverage of what could be another pretty big day for severe weather. I mean, we're gonna go over that. Let me go ahead and get that off screen. But we're going to be going over that. We're going to be going over what happened yesterday because I know a lot happened yesterday that really a lot of people kind of glanced over, and you know, we're slowly beginning to learn a lot more about what happened, and we're going to go over that because a lot did happen, particularly in far southern Tennessee and northern Alabama. So, and we're not done yet. We are far from done yet. We've got an enhanced risk, a level 3 out of 5, that we're going to talk about here in a little bit. But as far as really comparing it to yesterday, I don't think today is going to be nearly as bad. So when we go over it, I want to preface by saying that we are likely not going to be seeing a repeat of yesterday. Yesterday was more of a one-off. It was well forecasted, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that today. Now, so what have we got going on now? Let's go over what we got going on now, and then we're going to kind of go into tomorrow and into later on today. So what we've got now, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning down here, several actually, down here in Georgia, headed towards Junction City. Pretty good hail with it. I believe it's warned for that'd be 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. Again, you want to be indoors if you're outside and you're in that path. If you know anybody in Juniper, Geneva, and Junction City in Georgia. Then kind of going on down the line here in South Carolina. I don't know if we were live before the pop-up came up on the overlay, but we did get a new severe thunderstorm warning for this little QLCS right here, making its way down toward Wagoner, Perry, Aiken, Burnett Town, and Gloverville, Bath. So if y'all know anybody in the in these areas in South Carolina, you might want to go ahead and tell them to get inside because you know, you wouldn't want to get blown over by strong winds. So, but kind of going over down the line here, we've got like north central Alabama. You know, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning. We are, you know, monitoring it. There was a tornado warning earlier this morning associated with it way up here in around Fort Payne, Rainsville, Powell, Sylvania, Valley Head, up and around that area. That did not end up doing anything, so I don't think we have to worry about tornadoes in that area. But what we do have to worry about as we monitor this complex of convection working its way down southeast is more redevelopment off to the south here. So you know, we're talking about southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, and into southern and southeastern Georgia. So as we kind of continue on through the day and we get more dynamic heating, we're going to be seeing that become more prevalent. And we're gonna be here for probably 4, 5 hours, maybe, covering it for y'all. We don't know to what extent we're gonna be seeing it, but I know we've got about 15 or so people in the live here. If y'all have anywhere you want me to look at, go ahead and throw it in chat, and I'll be sure to go over it. But yeah, we are. I do believe, and we're going to talk about this here in a little bit. I do believe that over time we are going to see a downtrend, at least for a few days in severe weather. I don't think we're going to be seeing daily severe weather like what we've been seeing throughout the past, like second half of April into early May. That'll be Central Virginia. Let's go ahead and look at that real quick. And then, to humor you, Pack, we will go look at Ithaca, New York, because I think that'd be funny. Central Virginia, you guys are looking alright. I would not worry about severe weather today. You guys aren't even in a marginal risk. So I would not really worry about it. I think y'all are going to be alright. But let's go look at North Carolina, West Virginia, if possible. Yeah, it's totally possible. North Carolina, you guys are going to be... I mean, y'all might get a little bit of rain here and there, but I wouldn't say anything more than garden variety. I know we've kind of hit that time of the year where, you go out, you get your garden planted, and, you got to manually water it all, and I don't think you're going to have to worry about that in this area. Not at all. Not at all. Any other locations y'all want me to look at, feel free to throw them in there, and I'll go through them. And if not, we'll go ahead and talk about the outlook for today and kind of what you can expect going forward. Just want to make sure y'all can hear me okay. But yeah, so for those of y'all just now tuning in, we are about to go over the outlook for today. We've got, not a problem. Not a problem at all. We are about to go through the outlook for today. Got level 3 out of 5 enhanced. It could be another active day. But again, I want to preface by saying we're not going to be as active as we were yesterday. Yesterday was a much more higher echelon event. I think today we're going to be able to be a bit more laid back and a bit more chilled out. But I wouldn't let your guard down today. Not at all. Not at all. So we've got about 20 people in here. If y'all will, go ahead and hit that like button. The more you hit the like button, the more we can get the stream out to other people. It not only greatly benefits us, but it's also free. We're not going to ask for any donations at all, because your contribution by hitting the like button will help us grow and be able to reach a wider audience as we, every time we go live. Every time we go live. And that is a lot more valuable long term than donations would be. Not that donations wouldn't be cool, but y'all get what I'm saying. But to kind of go over it here, let me go ahead and get radar moving around here. Again, if you live in Alabama, y'all aren't dealing with a whole lot in terms of a severe threat. I mean, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, but I do think they're going to go ahead and let that drop off here soon. as we haven't really seen an expansion of it. On down the line, we are getting more redevelopment, which we were expecting. Excuse me. So we're going to be monitoring this redevelopment because we are anticipating as we get into the early afternoon and early evening hours that the daytime heating might help these storms kind of get their act together and become more of a severe threat later on. So we're going to be keeping an eye on this whole area going all the way back from Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and then all the way into Georgia. We could be dealing with a pretty active day there in those areas. But yeah, so what we're gonna do, if you guys are just now tuning in, we're gonna about to go ahead and go over the outlook for today. I wanted to wait and let everybody get in here before we go ahead and do that. See, we got about 24 people watching. Again, if y'all haven't, go ahead and hit the like button. I want to get as many people in here as we can, so that way when I go over it, I mean, I know I'm going to have to go over it again, but, I would like to cover as many people as we can. And while we're waiting on that, if you guys have an area or a location where you might live, go ahead and throw your zip code down there. I can look up your location by the zip code. I would love to go over it. Would love to go over it. But yeah, so far, not really a whole lot going on. We do have a new. Okay, well, they are going to expand that severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama. And there we go. So, Alabama, if y'all are downstream of that thing, you are likely going to be impacted by 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So, about your typical severe thunderstorm warning, I mean, we're not really seeing anything, really pressing with it. But I would not be outside at all. Excuse me. All right. And then we do have Georgia on down here. Uh, you guys are, again, in your own severe risk. And man, look at that hail core. Goodness, man. Look at that. That is a spicy hail core. Mm. Yeah, how are y'all doing this morning? We are trying to get going here. I woke up about an hour and a half ago. All right, let me go ahead and look that up for you. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, Shirlington. Let's see. Macon, Georgia. Yeah, so Macon, later on down the line, y'all are likely going to be impacted by some form of severe weather. Your main hazard today, which we're about to go over, would be, large hail, damaging winds, um, and you are in a 5% chance of a tornado, which we are going to go over. I mean, the risk is nowhere near as high as it was yesterday. That's why I think if you're here today, you're gonna we're gonna be a lot more laid back. I really do think we are.
Hey, just because that dude just asked about Macon,
Hmm.
there is a quite a possible on the state line making a beeline to Macon.
Okay,
Uh,
yeah. Let me see here. But all right. Now let's go ahead and let me go ahead and look up. What is that? Uh, three 30292. Georgia. Again, Wilmington, Georgia. Excuse me. All right, Georgia. So if you are in that area, so zip code 30292. You guys are going to be impacted by severe weather as well. I mean, in Williamson, Georgia. So later on this morning, I would say within an hour or two, we're likely going to be looking at, you know, large hail, damaging winds, and, an isolated tornado as we get on further throughout the day. But I think in the long term, you're going to be okay. Like, obviously, you're going to be okay. But like, make sure you are, you have a sturdy place to go into. We're going to be seeing winds today of up to maybe 70, maybe 75 miles an hour. Wouldn't be completely off the table. But yeah, I mean, we are. I would not be overly concerned about today. Today is not a very high end event. And speaking of high end event, um, I want to go ahead and go over the SPC outlook because uh, there's a little bit to go over here, yo. Let me see. Bear with me for a minute, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and get these pulled up. All right. Let me go ahead and drag that over. So, welcome to everybody new that is tuning in. If y'all haven't already, go ahead and hit that like button. We are about to go over the outlook for today, which is the reason why we're live. We are likely going to be covering, for at least a few hours, a decent little severe weather threat. So let's go ahead and let me pull that up. There we go. All right. So we are looking at a very broad enhanced risk of severe weather, all the way from east central Texas through north central Louisiana into all the way into Mississippi, Alabama, and then all through Georgia. Accompanying that, we have a 5% chance of a tornado, again covering basically the same area: Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. And then, maybe South Carolina. But and then accompanying that, we have a 30% significant chance of hail. So we're talking 2-inch in diameter hail all the way over here for mainly the Texas region, where you guys haven't really destabilized from yesterday. So the atmosphere is able to recover, not recover, but it hasn't really been swept clean like a majority of the areas are down south that we are talking about. Let me see here. Okay, we have a new mesoscale discussion. All right, let's go ahead and pull that up. So, damaging wind and tornado threats will likely increase into this afternoon. A downstream watch is likely. All right, there you go. Severe weather threat for TOA 216 continues, and they're basically talking about a continued trend toward more potential tornadic development as we continue. So that's kind of what we've been going over, y'all. There is a likely we're going to be seeing an increase of severe weather as we continue. As we continue. Go ahead and go back to radar here. So, welcome to all the new people that are tuning in. If you haven't already, go ahead and hit that like button. It is a free thing you can do, and we are aiming to get this live stream out to as many people as we can. And as time goes on, we are going to be having probably one other person or two join in and help kind of navigate this event with y'all. All right, let me go ahead and look up Alabama 3605. Is that 30? Oh yeah, okay, I got you.
I guess I timed that right.
Welcome, Dayton. We're gonna go ahead and get you up. Let me go ahead and look up that zip code for you. And we are going to get going here.
Well, I'm looking at Alabama law enforcement agencies. Talk about the state troopers. They're talking about how there is still damage, roofs, debris, and power lines blocking the road on Alabama 40 from the tornado that hit Henniger last night. So they have not completely cleared all the debris from that yet.
Yeah, that was likely a significant tornado that went through there. If y'all weren't here, we had a likely significant tornado go down near the small town up here in northern Alabama of Henniger. And obviously I won't be able to find it now. Oh yeah, here it is right here. The small town of Henniger likely took a direct hit from a significant tornado yesterday. Dayton, do you off the top of your head know the population of Henniger? Let me see here, y'all.
No, but I can find out.
Okay. Yeah, again, we likely had a significant tornado go through the small town of Henniger, Alabama.
Well, also, Huntsville proper got hit by 2 tornadoes last night. That is at least 300,000 plus. And Henniker, Alabama is a community with about 2,300 people as
Right.
of 2022.
Alrighty. But yeah, we are, really getting going here, y'all. As more people are coming in, we're, really monitoring the threat later on today. If you are just now tuning in, we've got a level 3 out of 5 for severe weather, which I'll go ahead and pull up now. And that'll be encompassing a really wide area. So as we continue, let me go ahead and look up. Let me go ahead and pull that up for y'all. There we go.
A tornado watch has been issued for parts of central and eastern Alabama, going into actually practically the entire state of Georgia, at least from Rome to Dublin. You have a tornado watch going all the way to Augusta. So,
all right, do we have a graphic for that?
Yeah, I'm retweeting it now.
Okay. Go ahead. Let me see if I can find it. And then we'll go ahead and get that graphic put up on screen for y'all. Let me see what we got here. What do you think about early next week? For severe weather, will it be anything like April 26th or May? Right now, we don't really know. We are about a week out, obviously, and we go based on computer models. And computer models are very inaccurate. a majority of the time. So right now we are going to be monitoring that threat though, and if it does warrant a live stream, we'll go live. We will go live. Let me go ahead and get that graphic pulled up if we have it yet. All right. Let me go ahead and pull that graphic up for y'all if we have it. Go ahead and look it up here. Yep, there we go. Go ahead and full screen that for y'all. All right. Oh, well, that's the Spanish version. Okay, there we go. All right, a couple tornadoes possible. Scattered hail of up to 2 inch likely. Scattered hail up to 2 inch likely. Widespread gust up to 70. We got a population of 2.9 million people. So again, any tornadoes hitting yet? No, but you did join at the right time. We have a new tornado watch. So if you know anybody in this general area, you might want to go ahead and send them a text and be like, hey, y'all are under a tornado watch. And that'll be going all the way out until 4 p.m. Central or 5 p.m. Eastern. We got about 51 people in the chat. If y'all are just now tuning in, we have a level 3 out of 5 for severe weather. And how does DFW? How does the DFW area look? That is a good question. Let's go ahead and look. Go ahead and get y'all switched over here. DFW. I know you're covering the South, but yeah, man, we can totally check out Michigan. Ain't a problem at all. We ain't got really a lot going on now. Now, if we were in the middle of a tornado warning, then I might have to postpone that. Yeah, not a problem, yo. Dallas Fort Worth, you guys are likely going to be impacted by some severe weather at some point, probably later on this afternoon. As you guys weren't impacted by the severe weather we had yesterday, the environment is very much hasn't been saturated yet. So the environment down here toward Texas, you guys are likely going to have large hail of up to 2 inch possible, damaging winds of up to 80, probably 70 or 80 miles an hour, likely later on. You guys are likely going to have either a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch come out later on today for y'all.
And answering the question in the chat for Michigan, just your normal summertime thunderstorms, nothing severe. And there is now a tornado possible tag in South Carolina, south of Aiken, heading towards Wagner, which is about, I'd say about 45 minutes southwest of Columbia.
There you go. So I believe that'll be that guy down here. Yeah, yep, okay. That'd be that guy right there. And we're going to go ahead and get radar data back up. And so South Carolina, we're talking about this little cell right here. It doesn't look very organized. But we're going to keep an eye on it. Going back to kind of Alabama. Alabama here. Kind of working our way back, if you will. Now, this cell right here does look a little bit better. We're going to keep an eye on it. There's not a whole lot going on with it right now, yo. So do I need to alert my friends, Greenville, South Carolina, to be weather aware today? I would not, I wouldn't call them. I would be like, hey, it could get windy. You could have some pretty big hail. So if you know anybody in that area, which you do, and they have a garage, tell them to go ahead and park the car. New severe for Georgia. I believe that'll be that be for that might be for up here.
So I just did the quick analysis for Greenville, South Carolina. It's on the tail end of the risk. You are in the lower end of the risk, 2% tornado risk, 5% wind risk, 5% hail risk. So really, there's nothing that's going to go through there that's not just your average thunderstorm. It may get a little windy, and the lightning may be a little more intense, but that probably already passed.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see where that. Now I am
Yeah,
looking.
all that will be coming later this afternoon.
Yeah. So y'all, we are talking about a more later on today type of event. Uh, what do you look for when you say a storm is organized? That's a good question, and that is what I was about to allude to. So when we look at storms, all right, y'all see kind of how all this convection right here is very messy. It's very sporadic, right? And I know to the untrained eye, we're looking at a bucket of spilled paint here. But what we're looking at here is rain. Uh, where you see the reds, that's heavier rain. Uh,
Hey, sorry to cut in real quick, but
Yeah.
this line of storms that just came over Talladega that I told you about, those dropping pea-sized soft hail, is now starting to rotate
Yeah.
just north of Wedowee. And Peachtree, National Weather Service in Peachtree, Georgia, has went ahead and issued a tornado possible for it as it crosses over into Georgia.
There you go. Yeah, so I was just about to point that out, that we are kind of alluding back to that. How do you know if a storm is organized? There is a very tight gradient, if you will, from uh, no rain in layman's terms to pretty heavy rain. And likely what we're seeing here is the beginning of an inflow notch. So you can imagine the winds are going in to the storm right here, in this area right here. And likely we might have an RFD, or a rear flanking downdraft, push out on the southern side. So when you get the wind coming into it and you get that RFD out right in that area, or right in that general area, say it's a little bit more defined now, is where you're going to have your rotation, right? So, and if we kind of go to velocity here, you can see that fairly clearly. Sorry, y'all gotta take a drink every minute or two here. But yeah, we are really primarily looking at two areas that are becoming more defined. If you know anybody in Dayton, is that Wedowee? That might be Wedowee, right? I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure that might be Wedowee. But yeah, Wedowee, Alabama, Tennant.
Wedowee.
Wedowee. Okay, Wedowee. Gotcha. Wedowee. Near Wedowee, Tennant. If you're in Craigford, you guys have already been impacted by that. You got
I got you. So this storm is crossing Highway 431 south, just south of Morrison Crossroads. I'm real familiar with this area.
yeah.
Roanoke, you should not be affected by this. Lineville and Ashland, it's to your east. Woodland, it should pass you more to your south, if I'm judging this correctly. Yeah, it's going to pass more to your south. So that's going to really affect Rockdale, Liberty Grove, New Hope, Rocky Branch, and Napoleon. Everything around here it's starting to get back into real open field area, at least for a short time being.
There you go.
Sorry, I'm from this area, so I know it a little bit better.
Yeah. normally up here in Central Tennessee, where I'm from, I would normally be going over those areas. But since we have Dayton here, and he lives, Dayton, you live what, probably 20 or 30 miles away from all this.
Yeah, we did, Roanoke's a 1 hour drive. So
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, I would rather have Dayton. Are the velocities measured at a certain altitude? Yeah, they are. So right here, I am on the very lowest tilt on radar. And we can look at radar, and well, I can look down here. Y'all aren't going to be able to see it, but we're looking right here at that green dot at about 3 to 4,000 feet. And if I go up a tilt, and what I'm referring to when I say go up a tilt, the radar is scanning at different angles. So every time the radar goes around, it'll complete a circle, and then it'll go up, like I believe 20 or 30 degrees, scan at that angle, and then keep going up. So we're scanning at different levels of the thunderstorm. And then we get those scans in layers. So you can go through them in layers like what you see me doing here. So I hope I answered your question correctly. Dayton, have you got any update on damage from yesterday?
not yet, but there's a second circulation that just formed right over the water reservoir in dadgummit, east of Berwick, east of Lineville, right over the Tallapoosa River.
Okay. And that'll be for. Okay. I got you.
Same storm in Alabama, just a little bit to the southwest.
I got you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Near Craigford? But yeah, if y'all just now tuning in, be sure to go ahead and hit that like button. I don't know if many people right now that are live covering this. I know we are one of the very few. So it would mean a good bit to us if y'all could go ahead, like it, so we can get the word out to as many people as we can. As later on this morning, or later on this afternoon, we are likely going to see an increase in the tornado threat, which is a good transition point to the new tornado watch we had issued moments ago. So I'm going to go ahead and show y'all that. Let me go ahead and get that pulled up for y'all. There we go. So if you know anybody in that area, in this area of the tornado watch, go ahead. Yeah, not a problem, Dan. Not a problem, my man. That's what we're gonna be here for. That's what we're here for. And as we get more updates on yesterday, we're going to be sure to pass them on, because I know we had quite a significant tornado outbreak. Quite a significant tornado outbreak. But yeah, kind of going back to radar here. Good morning, Doug. What up, my man? Let's see here. Can I know about the future storm is going to be in Warner Robins, Georgia? Sure, we can go over that. Yeah, heck yeah. See what we got. You said Warner Robins. Let me go ahead and get radar back up. Excuse me. Warner Robins, Georgia. Let me go and look that up for you. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. We are you're gonna be mainly looking at large hail, damaging winds, and a potential tornado as we get into the later part of the morning and into the early afternoon. I would, number one, have a way to receive warnings. Don't go today without being able to know, be notified of a warning later on. Let me see. Let me go ahead. I am replying to a DM. Dayton, if you're here, if you have anything you want to go over, go ahead. Not at all. All right, y'all. If you are just now tuning in, we have got 75, nearing 80 people tuning in here. That'll be a new severe thunderstorm warning for Crawford, Macon, and Peach County, Georgia. Again, we got about 84 people tuning in here. If y'all are just now tuning in, we've got another good day of severe weather coming up. Another really good day of severe weather coming up. We've got a level 3 out of 5 for severe weather ongoing. Let me go ahead and get that pulled up for y'all. Go ahead and get that pulled up for y'all. There we go. Level 3 out of 5 encompassing a large portion of the southeast, and we're going to be here covering it with y'all as we continue. What have we got going on radar right now? That's a good question. Ongoing on radar, we have 4 ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings. The more significant of which is down here in Butler, Georgia. So if you know anybody in and around the Butler, Georgia area, go ahead, give them a call. Be like, hey man, got pretty large hail. Likely some damaging winds ongoing with that too. You are warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. And then going up down the line here, we've got Waverly Hall, Catahoula, Hamilton, and Pine Mountain Valley. Y'all are all under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go over. Again, we got 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail. Not really anything pressing going on. How is Natchitoches looking today? Let me see here.
That's Natchitoches.
Oh yeah, Natchitoches. Maybe you can kind of go over that since you kind of I know you're from the Louisiana area. Is that yeah that would be Louisiana. Maybe you can kind of give us a highlight on that.
For most of the day, it looks clear. Besides that, not high risk, that in line of storms is supposed to move in later on today.
All right. Yeah, so to kind of go over that, he is insinuating that it's going to be generally pretty clear today, or not clear, but you are going to have a chance of severe weather later on this afternoon. Again, our main severe threat hasn't really ramped up, and it won't ramp up until probably about 1 to 2 p.m. 1 to 2 p.m. Central or 3 o'clock Eastern. 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 Yeah, so if y'all are just now tuning in, we are covering a level 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather. Let me go ahead and pull that up here. A level 3 out of 5 for severe weather. That is also being accompanied by a new tornado watch that came out moments ago. Let me see if I can go ahead and get that pulled up. That is the mesoscale discussion.
Let's give a little bit of a heads up to Talbot, Georgia.
Okay.
Looks like this storm directly to your west over Waverly Hill and Hamilton is starting to form a mesocyclone
Okay.
just west of 27, right on top of I-185.
Alrighty. Yeah, so looking at Talbot, Georgia over here, Waverly Hall, you're already being impacted by it. Woodland, you're about to be impacted by it. You're probably getting light to moderate rain, but you've got a heavier band moving in. I know we've got about 88 people watching live right now. If y'all haven't already, go ahead and hit the like button. We're likely going to see our level 3 out of 5 risk really ramp up as we go into the next probably hour or two.
Are we talking about Natchitoches, Texas, or Natchitoches, Louisiana, Joe?
I do believe that would be Natchitoches, Louisiana.
Okay, looks like Natchitoches, Louisiana. You're in a significant hail risk today, so you can be sitting. You could see hail upwards to 3 inches, and it should be getting extremely windy with the wind gusts exceeding 70 to 80 miles per hour. So on that side of Louisiana, on into Texas, um, anything west of 49 and kind of west of Monroe is going to be your worst areas. But if you live around Rayville and Delhi East, your wind threat's still going to be quite prominent, but your hail threat's not going to be as significant.
All right, there you go. Dayton, do you think you can cover for a minute? I'm gonna run and use the restroom. And
You're going to use it?
yeah, I'm gonna
Dang.
use it.
I do. I don't see how way you do the thing like that. Yeah, I got you, bro.
Yeah. All right. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up radar. Hold on 1 second. Get radar pulled up here for y'all. Let's see here. There we go. I'm gonna put it right over that Georgia cell.
See, this still sell in like I said, south of Pound Mountain, west of Waverly Hill, Georgia, is really starting to get that dangly bit about it. It's starting to take that look of a supercell. Granted, it isn't the tightest, but it's starting to form a mesocyclone. Mesocyclone is just a rotating updraft with the storm. So just to put it in layman's terms, it's just something to watch out. It's more of a precursor to a possible tornado later on during the day. Um, Going back up to Franklin, Georgia, it's looking like this tornadic circulation is trying to die off, but it may be going through what we call a cycle. So it may be trying to ramp back up here shortly. Other than that, there's really nothing too pressing about this. That is a storm heading towards Byron, Georgia, actually more to the south of it. So it's going to impact more of a Reynolds and Fort Valley area here. It's really just dropping a serious amount of rain and maybe some smaller hail along with it as well. But as of damage from yesterday, I haven't seen a lot. I know Columbia, Tennessee took a pretty big hit yesterday, and
All right.
everything that I see, I will retweet on my Twitter at Hunter. Whenever he gets back, I'm gonna ask him to get him to put the Twitter in chat.
All right. Dayton, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So.
That's really about it. I haven't seen much come out of Huntsville today.
Right. And y'all, as we continue, really we have three main people that kind of run the operation here. We've got me. I'm more of the the back end guy who runs the stream. To kind of give all the new people an idea of who we are, because it can be confusing. It can be very confusing. So I'm kind of the guy in the background who runs, the stream.
The Barnesdale tornado was classified as a low end EF4.
Okay. Wow. And we're talking about the tornado that happened a few
Barnesdale,
days
Oklahoma.
ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one rogue supercell that pulled a rolling fork. The reason why I say a rolling fork is it was the only significant tornado to touch down, and it touched down way after when it's supposed to. Do you think there will be another major event for Lincoln, Nebraska area this season? I don't know. That's the best answer I can give you. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, the end of this month and the first few weeks in June, what I've been hearing kind of be mumbled around by some meteorologist friends of ours, it's looking quite interesting. But that's going to be more towards the Pampa, Texas area and to the Oklahoma City metro. But with that being said, there's still always the chance that Omaha, Lincoln, Beatrice area can always be impacted.
There you go. But yeah, I am. So for those of y'all that are here, if y'all want to follow us on any of our social media, Twitter link is right there. Dayton, if you can go ahead and pin that. That way it'll appear at the top. But yeah, I mean, we've got about 100 people here. We appreciate y'all for tuning in. If you are just now tuning in, we are we are likely on the cusp of of another severe weather event. A big broad area is under a level 3 out of 5 for severe weather later on. Let me go ahead and get that pulled up for y'all. And we've got an ongoing mesoscale discussion that we'll go over too.
It depends, Joe, on why he pulls that up. How do you get into weather? I mean, this is really just the first step. It's finding someone that's covering it, learn a lot from it, start learning how to read radar, so on and so forth, and then build your way up to like amateur forecasting. It's all just a matter of how much effort do you want to put into it. Do you want to sit back and watch it because you're entertained, or do you want to really learn how to enjoy weather to the aspect that we do?
Yeah, we are. All three of us are a bunch of weather nerds. I'm going to tell you that now. We spend a lot of time doing this stuff and trying to perfect what we do in such a way that we can provide a useful and valuable resource to all of y'all. We don't spend a lot of time doing this stuff for no reason at all. And would kind of be a waste of a few weeks. But yeah, going over it, we got a level 3 out of 5 for severe weather for a majority of the southeast, going from eastern Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and then into far southern South Carolina. But yeah, we are monitoring for reports of damage. Yesterday, I know we had a localized outbreak that we were live for.
Sorry, Major Hanson. I just now saw your question. How long have you been working with weather? I've been working with weather since 2017, when I was 17. Hunter, I don't know about you.
I have been always kind of into weather from the start, from kindergarten. I remember my teacher would always get on to me and tell mom, hey, why is your kid looking out the window? All the time. It would be raining, and I would be looking out the window at the rain coming down and the thunder and the lightning, and that always kind of blew me away. And as I got older, that passion kind of grew back onto me. Growing up, I'm 21, I'll be 22 at the end of the year. It never really occurred to me how much I enjoy weather until until the later part of my early 20s. So really, I've been into weather now for about 3 years, 3 or 4 years, but really my whole life.
Do I know how to get rid of astrophobia? Not a clue, but I can tell you this. Um, it can always be worse than what it is now. The reason why I say that is right now it's not too awfully bad. When you start figuring out what's severe, what's not, you know which weather to respect. Like today, with these few severe thunderstorm warning going on, really you can still go on about your day. Today you don't have no worries, hardly no worries at all, unless you live out in like western central Texas. Then you got to worry about large hail. But astrophobia is something that I had when I was a kid. Back when I was 4, my house actually got impacted by a tornado, and I was scared of weather for the longest time. That's why I said 17 earlier. And as I learned how to respect it and to forecast it, I became less and less scared of it. Yet I still have that fear, but it's nowhere near as strong as what it was. I mean, I chase tornadoes and hurricanes now, so my best advice to you is just know the severity and just learn how to make yourself comfortable with it. With me, it was learn how to forecast. So
There you go. I have a question for all 100 people in the stream right now. Um, what is it about the weather content that y'all consume that you get tired of? Is there any aspect of uh, weather content that y'all feel like could be improved or changed at all? Because we aren't trying to be like your typical weather group or a bunch of you know nerds that kind of get together. What is it that makes you tired? Like, are there any aspects of weather content that you like or dislike? We would love to know, so we can either do more or avoid those things.
how about far are we talking, Drew? Like, we had chasers in Michigan a few days ago. So, and Kuro, trust me, I understand. Understand.
Okay, Major. I see you. I'm all right, Major. I'm writing it down in my head. I'm writing it down in my head. Yeah. No kidding.
No, like yesterday, for an instance, talk about the plain Nebraska, South Dakota. Yeah, all the time. There's chasers up there all the time. And Kuro, sometimes we do have to relay information kind of fast. Like yesterday, we had a total of like 13 tornado warnings going on at once, and like 5 of them were on the ground. So we would bounce back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth relatively quickly. But we've always tried to go back to the storm that we started with and just kind of beat the dead horse until everything come to a close. And I'm getting some stories coming from Huntsville.
Oh, you are?
It's still flooding. You've
Okay.
got about 4 inches of water happening while relief efforts are trying to take place from last night's tornadoes. Not tornadoes.
Yeah. So for those of y'all that are tuning in here, we are really waiting for the event today to kick off, and while we're waiting for that, and you may be wondering if you haven't really been looking into weather a whole lot, what event today? There's an event going on today. Yeah. We could be looking at another hailer, wind, and tornado day.
Although the tornadoes may not, notice I said
Yeah.
may not be as significant as yesterday or the day before or the day before, uh, or back on May 2nd or whatever it was, whenever all those tornadoes were touching down in Nebraska.
Right. Right. 100%.
Hopefully, we have broken our 3-day tornado emergency streak.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting tired of them. Not gonna lie, I'm getting tired of them. Let me see if I can get that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so for those of y'all wondering what we're referring to when we say, there's an event today, you've got a widespread level 3 out of 5 enhanced covering a good majority. Like, you got it covering 5 different states. I mean, so that's why we're live when we are. We're a little bit live earlier than a lot of people would be because we want to talk about yesterday and overall get to connect with y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the tornado in Henniger, not a clue. Not a clue. We probably won't get that till later today. And Drew, I mean, 2 or 3 weeks from now is nothing to fret about. Because we don't. I can't tell you. I can't forecast 2-3 weeks in almost a month in advance. But if there is something, we will always post a video on it. And leave it at that. But there's no need to fret right now.
Yeah, 100%.
There's still release efforts helping in Elkhorn, Nebraska from the tornado that happened April 26th.
Can we get a quick recap of what happened yesterday?
I completely understand that Elkhorn tornado was strong. And Hunter, you do the recap, or you want me to?
You can kind of go over it. I'll kind of pan radar around.
And so yesterday we had a level 4 out of 5 risk, a moderate risk. At the time, it was only a wind and hail driven moderate risk. Until later in the evening, we had a larger tornado risks issued for southern Tennessee and northern Alabama. We had, I know one significant tornado go just outside the town of Columbia, Tennessee. We had a few other PDS tornado warnings, a particular dangerous situation tornado. Yet a strong tornado goes south of Springfield, Missouri, and impact the town of Aurora, or just south of Aurora. That's hard to say. Aurora.
Aurora.
Oh,
man.
And but after that, it was chucking 3-inch hail for like an hour and a half. Nothing in Colorado that I know about. But I'm talking about Springfield, Missouri here. We had several tornadoes touch down in Tennessee, like I said, but the most concerning one was the one that touched down outside of Columbia, Tennessee, which issued a tornado emergency and threw debris upwards to 30,000 feet, if not higher. Then you had some significant flooding around Hendersonville and Springfield, Tennessee. Then later in the afternoon, we had a tornado hit Athens, Alabama. We had a tornado hit two tornadoes hit Huntsville, Alabama, and another one touched down just outside of Scottsboro. Then it lifted, and another tornado emergency was issued for the town of Henniger, Alabama, which took a direct hit. While all that was happening, Elkton, Tennessee, and Park City, Tennessee, and Flintville, Tennessee got hit by a tornado as well. So we had a very significant tornado threatened down in southern Tennessee and northern Alabama. But there was a few odds and ends tornadoes that wasn't that strong, but was still extremely damaging. There's one in Clarksville. There was one down in, I think, Huntington, Tennessee. And there's a few near Carthage as well.
Right. To Drew, your question about when we go live. We've been trying to honestly figure that out for ourselves. We are obviously, we want to go live when there is something to cover, but we don't want to set that bar, so high where, we only go live for, events where people are going to die. Like, that isn't what we want to do. We want to go live for when people are going to be impacted. And I don't care if you're in a 5%, a 3%, or a 2%. You're going to be impacted by something. You're not going to be walking outside in to a sunny day. So to be honest with you, we don't really know yet. We are trying to figure that out. We are trying to figure out whether people want to see and what people need to be alerted about, and trying to figure out a good balance between that. So
We have trees and power lines down near Saddle Ridge Road in Munford, Alabama, which is just like 10 minutes from my house. So if you're in
okay.
Munford, you may have lost power in some sections of it.
How long are your lives usually? They can range. If y'all want to talk about yesterday,
We were live for almost 17 hours yesterday.
oh Lord, that was a long one. I'll tell you that. I can still feel the dread after that.
6 to 8.
Yeah, roughly. But I highly
That is
doubt.
moody.
I highly doubt we're going to be going for that long today. Really. I say that now though.
And moody. Hey, you're not too far from me. It wouldn't shock me. You had a pretty impressive bow echo come through earlier.
Yeah.
Go to
doubt.
Buc-ee's, get your burrito. You'll be fine.
Yeah. So for those of y'all that are tuning in now, we have 3 ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings. None of them are looking tornadic at all, really.
Which is good news.
Yeah, very good news. We're just kind of here, waiting, seeing, and talking to y'all.
I'm trying to see when this Texas is supposed to pop off, but I have not looked up models.
I haven't looked at models either.
Ooh. Are they okay?
Yeah, are they? Oh goodness, man.
Did it crush on the new Taylor Swift albums? If so, that is a blessing. Worst part you're interested in weather. April 27th, 2011.
Mine, I think I was born with it. And look, I get it. People use that as a blanket statement, but I think I was born with it. I'll be honest with y'all. I don't know why I like watching clouds, you know, throw lightning around and spin a little
We
bit.
like water vapor.
No, we do like water vapor, but we are. We were born weird. I swear. Every weather person is born weird.
Yeah. For
Oh,
me,
yeah.
Hurricane Gustav did it for me in 2008.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is weird how you had an outbreak on April 27th, 2024 and 2011. And Byron, I'll take a look for you. You have nothing to worry about. You're just going to have some stronger winds and some heavy rain.
Yeah, y'all gonna be alright.
My grandpa has the same interest in weather, and he is trying to help me understand what causes severe weather, like what type of impacts and what causes a tornado. There's a lot more that happens to cause tornadoes than a lot of people think. You got to have a bunch of ingredients lining up almost perfectly. Sometimes you can get what's called a mesoscale accident. So, but those are very rare. But there's a lot. You've got to worry about your lapse rates, which is wind temperature in the atmosphere. You've got to worry about. Well, hold on one second. Looks like we may have a mesocyclone trying to form west of Fort Valley. I'll keep my eye on that.
Is that Georgia?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You've got to worry about lapse rates, which is temperature in the atmosphere, higher up in the atmosphere. You got to worry about wind shear, which is winds changing directions up further in the atmosphere. You got to worry about dew points. You got to worry about surface temperatures. You got to worry about your surface, your wind at the surface. You got to worry about a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it, and you guys, You guys are great, and you're only going to grow. There's so much desire for streams like this. Setting a bar for when to stream like Ryan Hall, whom I love, is kind of silly. Yeah,
Hey, but
I. I mean,
did you hear that thunder?
yeah, I
On
did.
my mic.
I don't know. I don't know if it came over on stream, but did y'all hear that?
But
I heard that.
there's a lot to go into tornado. Go into tornado genesis. And yeah, Ryan Hall, I have nothing against the dude.
Yeah,
But when
like-
you're pulling 140,000 viewers per stream, that makes it hard for smaller channels like us to get anything done. Hard for us to grow. So
yeah,
I get nothing against him. It's just such a dominant market with him. I mean, he's got the monopoly on it, and props to him. Props to him. He does an amazing job.
Number
Well,
one trending.
everything he does.
On,
Who's number?
Ryan Hall's number one trending right now from his live stream on
That
YouTube.
doesn't freaking shock me. At one point in time, he was pulling 150K.
I
yeah.
know. I mean, it's
mean,
absolutely insane. I couldn't fathom 10 years ago, back when I used to watch tiny little YouTube videos, when ReTuber would barely pull in maybe 50,000 views a video, and now we're pulling in live streams with over
Yeah,
100,000 people
yeah,
watching at a
Yeah,
time.
Dan, 100%. And that's where we are trying to find that line where, do we go live for that? Do we not? Right? A lot of other people doing weather content go live for everything. And I get that because you have to.
You know what, Dan, you're right. There was a tornado outbreak that happened in Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio last month. And no one covered it. No one covered it. Sadly, I was at work. Everyone was kind of busy that day, so we kind of dropped the ball on that. But it was only in the 2%, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or 5%.
Yeah.
In the lower end tornado risk, you had like 31 tornadoes touchdown, and no one was covering it. Ryan Hall didn't even go live.
And what we want to do, and something that we want to get across to everybody, a lot of people end up, going what I call corporate, right? When they get bigger and they get a lot of money, right? Our goal, right, is to grow and to continue to do what we love, but also being able to show that, we're human, right? There's no point in us trying to be something we're not. There's nobody perfect. And while I'm sure a lot of y'all probably value the, professionality of a news station type of setup, there are some of you out there that value a more personal connection with, the people that you're watching. And I feel like,
real quick, there is no severe thunderstorm warnings in the country right now.
Oh yeah, you're
Zero.
right.
So, did you guys make sure to talk about also that big hail threat in Texas along with the tornadoes? I know
We
that's fast-
did.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for these cells that's just popped up west of Dallas and east of Abilene start telling their story.
Yeah,
still
I mean
young.
the Texas threat looks like got a little bit of an uptrend on the model, so kind of curious to see how that goes with the tornado threat. It wouldn't
Also-
shock me if we get a tornado or two in Texas. They look more discreet today than over in Dixie.
Do we know anyone that was affected by the tornadoes in April 26th? No, but our buddy Jacob was there. Say
Oh
hi,
yeah,
Jacob.
yeah. Hi, Jacob.
It was the worst day ever because not just because that I witnessed my dad's hometown get absolutely smacked by a big maxi wedge, which wasn't a fun experience because, so long story short, for people who don't remember, we tried to go live. I tried to show my screen. Wasn't working because every chaser up the sun decided that today was going to be the next big outbreak, which was very much true. There was a lot of chasers out there. A lot of people were using their phones because of the tornado warning. Like I would get full bars of data, but so many people are using the towers that it just barely worked. So I wasn't able to get my feed up because I wanted to make sure I was hearing them talk. And make sure I was getting my live radar coverage. So I see the Waverly tornado in the distance going. Oh, it's good. I'm in the path technically, but it should miss me because it's such a weak thing. Lo and behold, big old wedges forming, and it was about like 10 15 minutes after it lifts, the Waverly one, when I come to the realization that I am directly in the path of a big monster forming, which wasn't fun. I was just outside of Elkhorn, so I had two options. I either bust my butt in the path of it through Elkhorn and get to the highway, or I go through 3-inch hail and ruin my car. I took the latter half and not ruin my car, or get caught up in that hail course. So I was like, all right, I'm going to go the other way, and got caught up in 4 red lights. There was this giant hill, so you couldn't see the tornado form, but all I could see was multiple vortices spinning around. And then all I heard from our good buddy Mason was, "Oh my god!" and bang. I could the chat disconnected, and suddenly I see the right edge of this sucker coming into Elkhorn as I'm running away from it, and I never saw the end of it. I never saw the edge of it. It is a scary. It like wedges in real life. Like you can't fathom what they look like.
They're
Like
terrifying.
Yeah.
they are the terrifying thing. And the Minden and you know Minden one, like it was a terrifying thing to look at as well. I mean, I saw from the distance because I was trying to help out Minden people. Luckily, Minden fared out a lot better. Not many injuries. I believe only 1 death reported, but yeah, I mean, seeing that one, it's like it was in an open field, so it's like, oh wow, it looks kind of cool. But when you see the other one, from my point of view, doing damage, and it was a multi-vortex, and also the fact that the Elkhorn one had a lower mezzo to it, so you could see the top of the mezzo above me spinning. That is a truly scary feeling, and I could hear the roar from in my car. I had all my windows up. I heard that thing just ripping.
So, update on the Houston County situation. Dayton, would that
It's
be?
nothing you need to really worry about. Just a few rumbles of thunder, maybe some, but it's not even severe warned anymore. So for right now you're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be fine. I had some pretty loud storms last night. I was trying to go to bed, and then I was getting my glass kept on getting pelted by quarter-size hail. I was not a fan of that. So
Mm.
I'm running on 6 hours of sleep, getting ready for this exam that I'm taking in 2 hours. Yahoo! Oh wait, not even 2.
Wait, Jacob, do you have the chat pulled up?
Yes, sadly, I was in Rolling Fork that night. Same scenario. This is back when we first started streaming. We couldn't get anything to go right, and we just said, "Screw it. Let's just be there for ground truth, and just do what a normal storm chaser would do. Number 1, enjoy it. Number 2, just do everything that you would do as a storm chaser. Provide information to the National Weather Service and be there if something were to happen." And that tornado is one that sticks with me till this day. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about what happened that night. I mean, doing 6 hours of search and rescue is kind of a interesting story, and
Yeah.
it's interesting. And now our buddy Alferia has a documentary on it. I go into more everything there if you want to look that up later.
Yeah. I got Major Hansen. What's the exam for? Actually, this is my agronomy exam. So this is my agronomy 206. This is intro to meteorology. Easiest exam of my life, but some people make it harder than it seems. We did a trivia exam last week, and someone said, what type of storms would equivalent to or be a direct part of a derecho? So you would think about, you would be like, oh, obviously it's squall lines, but everyone answered supercell, and I went, you have to be stupid. How is it that hard? Or the one question that really stumped people that I really loved was what is so what's the minimum? This I'm gonna ask you too. I'm gonna see if you guys get tricked by this. What's the minimum requirement for a requirement for a severe thunderstorm? What's the wind requirement?
58.
Yeah.
You got it, but everyone always said 60 because
Ooh.
that's what they usually put. So I put a lot.
Upwards
So
to
me
60. Upwards to 60.
upwards to 60, but the actual official is 58 miles per hour. That's the minimum requirement. So everyone puts 60, while a lot of other people put 58. So me and my roommate, who's also taking meteorology, we were talking to people at the end of the exam, like, what did you answer? And they're like 60, and he's like, it's 58, and it's like, no, it's not. I was like, look again, and he's like, well, it's just 1 point. Like,
But yeah, on the topic of weather, we're getting cells firing down here in southern Alabama.
we do
So-
have some cells firing in southern Alabama. We also have some cells firing, of course, like we said, in Texas.
So really, we're playing a
capping-
waiting game.
Yeah, there's a more of a, especially in Texas. I believe there's more of a capping issue in Texas, but it shouldn't be a problem as we get a couple hours into this.
There you go.
There's
So
like, dude,
if
there's
y'all
not-
are just now tuning in, we're awaiting storms to fire in our very broad level 3 out of 5 risk that is encompassing about 4 to 5 states, I believe. Let's see here. And there you go. So I'm interested. I don't know where to start. You're interested in weather?
Can you answer where a good place to study meteorologist could be?
Oh
And
yeah.
how much does it tip? If you want a cheaper way, go to Mississippi State or go to the University of Louisiana Monroe.
I'm actually going to.
Or go to
I do-
Iowa State.
Hey, listen, I'd love for you guys to get listen. Iowa State's pretty. Yeah, we have IEM Mesonet, which is like our only thing we can actually say we ever did. That we also had the same guy who created and designed GR2 that came here. So like that's our only thing we hold up. Guys, we had the guy
We
who
have
made
a
the
radar in ULM that barely works.
Congrats, you got a radar. We also have a radar that
But
doesn't work.
We're also getting a Mesonet across the state of Louisiana.
We're like the only Radar Scope doesn't have access, but we have access to Des Moines Terminal, and Des Moines Terminal genuinely is maybe the worst terminal radar I ever use. It never works.
Hey, we've got our other man here, Pack. What are you doing, bud?
Who's also in
Um,
school for meteorology in Cornell.
There's just I also
There.
wanted to state that the Cape values are off the charts this morning in Texas. We got 4,500 SB Cape in some areas, which
Golly.
we have. I'm trying to look at that mixed layer. We got about 3,000 to 3,500 ML Cape over
Man,
the
these are
5%,
blowing
and that
up.
we got 4,000 ML Cape in Louisiana for some reason. That's crazy. That's gonna be your. That's not gonna necessarily mean that there's gonna be a big tornado risk. But I'll tell you what. Apple size hail. Anybody?
I like apples. Oh, the green apples? Green apples are my favorite.
I think they're. I think we call them bowling balls. Bowling ball
If
size
y'all
hail.
are just now
Bowling
tuning
balls.
in, go ahead, hit that like button. We're probably gonna be here a while.
Like button size hail. That's
Like
what I
button
to
size
say.
hail?
Light button size hail.
But yeah, Pack, are you available?
How long
Yes,
is
sir.
the storm supposed to last?
Okay, Pack, I have. I
literally-
Quite a minute. It'll be around for a minute.
We'll probably have storms going on all day. I mean, we have a 5% stretching from Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, and all these storms are gonna like Mississippi and the Louisiana storms are part of their own line of storms. Same with the Texas one, and same with Alabama, Georgia. So you're gonna actually have multiple rounds firing off
Yeah.
intricately over the day, which I actually will say with the increase in ML Cape and certain shear values over in Louisiana, I kind of like that Louisiana threat to do something. That looks a little bit interesting.
Yeah. To answer your question, Kuro, this storm will be over you for a little while. Then there's one behind it, and then there's another one behind it. So you'll be expecting just rain over the next several hours. So
Pack, if you are able, I've got another scene set up to get your camera pulled up if that's something you want to do.
Sure thing.
All right. If you want to go ahead and do it through video, that would be the simpler thing to do.
Alrighty. You're gonna have to help me out with that.
Okay. Go to video.ninja.
Yeah.
sorry,
Hey,
bear
you
with
get to
us.
Bear
listen.
with us here for a second, guys.
You get to listen to the back end of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, so go to video, and then create. I believe it's like screen share camera or show
Yes.
camera. Alright, I
You
forgot
add me
the
to a
label.
room.
No. Let me go and pull it up here.
Add your camera to OBS.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm just good. While they do that, I'm gonna drag y'all down to.
Well, you gotta remember that the stream's not gonna be able to hear you.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
Dadgummit.
we gotta
They-
figure
they
that
would-
out. All right, thank you, Pat.
But does anyone have any other questions that we can answer for you guys?
Yeah, go ahead, y'all. Throw them in the chat.
Even if it's have you busted your windshield, like I don't care. The weather's a little bit slow right now, so yes.
And by the
Cape
way,
is energy in the atmosphere.
for people in the chat and people watching here, I'm gonna be coming on stream from time to time here, and I've kind of lost my voice a little bit from a bit of a concert I was at yesterday, but I'm gonna be doing my best to answer questions. So just bear with me as I'll try to make it clear what I'm saying.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta.
Boy, you need to get. I'm a DoorDash you some Sprite or something. Lord have mercy.
Okay, so to answer your question, Major Cape is convective available potential energy. So yeah, it's storm fuel. It's what the
Yeah.
storm eat. And normally the higher the amount, the better. But with the large amounts of Cape, you kind of got to have shear to balance it out.
Which we have actually really good shear in Texas. That's why I like this risk today in Texas. We have good effective bulk shear over in Dallas in the 70. Wow, 70 knot range. Lord have mercy. So let me actually look at the low level shear
Hey,
to get a
Pat,
good.
Pat, can you do me a favor
Sure.
and angle your camera down a little bit? I've got your. There you go. Perfect.
We have really good low level shear over where these storms are firing, but not very good upper level shear. So we might see these things try to do some small spin ups eventually, but I don't think they'll get anywhere until we get closer to the Dallas Fort Worth area where we have way better.
So, Jacob, remember the other day how we was talking about how Brian M. Finger is on everything?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just retweeted his video from Annette, Missouri yesterday.
We actually have significant tornado STPs all the way up. We got twos in Texas.
Oh,
twos
you live in the
Louisiana.
DFW area? Oh, you're gonna get killed with hail today. Not killed, but you're gonna get hammered
Okay,
for sure.
you're definitely gonna
crazy.
get hail. I mean, the significant hail parameters are pushing in 4, which if you don't know, that basically it isn't something that you would think about, but it actually 4 is actually pretty darn good for
He
hail.
refuses to die.
There we go. Texas SVR.
Yep, and let me guess,
Mm.
58-mile-an-hour winds and
Hey,
hail.
don't bully him like that. Okay, he doesn't like to be bullied.
Listen, he's trying his best.
You
He's a
gotta
little
let him
guy.
cook, man. You gotta let him cook.
He's trying his best. Let's look at the mid-level lapse rates. Holy lapse rates, Batman.
Let's say, to be honest, when the tornado watch goes away, does it mean that the threat is 0? Yes and no. And the reason why I say yes is because your environment is less favorable. No, because we have literally seen random tornadoes on the coast of California spin up off of one rain shower.
We had a tornado in Kansas yesterday out of nowhere on the far
Um,
west.
Referring to
So,
the
but this is, that's just one of them things. Yes, you need to cover your car. Just go ahead and do it. That's just one of them things as a yes or no answer. You can have these what's called a little mesoscale accident, but again, tornadoes are small compared to a county, so I wouldn't panic about it. I wouldn't even really worry about your tornado threat today from where you're at because it looks like the majority of it's already passed.
Yeah, I will say this for some of you guys. I know they probably did a forecast earlier, but the reason why they've kept that Texas risk at a 5% and the Louisiana one, because both of these look a little bit like they've uptrended in tornado probabilities. While we do have good, shear and good cape to these, and the cap isn't too much of an issue as we get longer into the day. We have great mid-level lapse rates. Like absolutely terrible low-level lapse. 5.5 in Texas.
Ew.
Low-level lapse rates, but the mid-level lapse rates are 8 and 9 values in some cases. So it's the weirdest thing in the world. It's one of those cases where it's like you could see a spin up, but because like sometimes you don't need crazy lapse rates. I mean, we saw Barnesdale get an absolute crazy EF4 in 5.8 level lapse rates, which is probably the wildest tornado of the year so far in that kind of environment. But at the same time, because I mean, I will say, like I said, I mean, mid-level lapse rates, we're pushing 8 and 2 to 6 kilometer AGL lapse rates are pushing 9 in Dallas Fort Worth, which is wild. Have fun with your hail.
What's your 1 to 3 kilometers here?
Answering the
Let's-
question.
1 to
uh,
3 kilometer.
I wanted to answer Major Hansen's question.
Yeah.
DFW, I
good.
think you'll be seeing the hail risk and all the severe risk move through your area around 4 p.m. So probably 3 to 4 hours or 4 to 5 hours from now.
And
Forgetting I'm in Eastern time, but about
ahead,
around
Nick.
4 or 5 hours from now, you'll
And-
probably be seeing that risk go through.
And Kevin, Midwest, not really, but if you're like in northern Texas, yeah. But like if we're talking about like Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, really isn't anything you need to worry about.
If you are in the Midwest, though, in Indiana and Ohio, you are under a marginal risk for 5% chance of seeing a little bit of winds,
Sorry,
like severe winds and a little bit of hail.
I'm sorry I blew y'all's ears out. He was very loud.
Bloodington, you need to turn down that mic, Batman. I don't know what's going on over there.
Yeah, that was awful.
You are
Called
you
it Batman.
listen, bro. Like this isn't that fake clickbait ASMR, bro. You need to.
I saw your talk. I want to make sure your levels are good.
I turned my mic the wrong way. I thought it was turning it down. I turned it up.
Oh, that was you.
Oh.
Okay. I can't take
Are
the blame for
awesome.
that.
So no, I am gonna blame you for it. How could you?
You guys
Press the
can't
right
sue
button
me in
next time.
chat. It wasn't me.
You can't. You gotta press the right button next time. You failed this exam.
Good
0
afternoon
out of
from
10.
England.
Good afternoon from
Great to
England.
see you here, Rachel.
I
We
love
love calling people from all over the world who are
love-
interested in this kind of
yeah,
stuff.
I will
We
say
love spreading our interests, our passions here for weather, and we want to keep everyone safe.
our potatoes are bigger than yours, by the way, Cope. Had to say that. I don't
So
know.
random.
Bro, I don't know. Every time I'm on TikTok, I see randomly jacket potatoes trending now, bro. What's up with that? And I just like, everyone's like, oh, but ours are bigger in Idaho. I'm like, cool. ... Oh wow. I mean, this cape is absolutely off the charts. It's just we have okay low level shear. Like we actually have decent 1 kilometer shear, but then you go the 3 kilometer shear and it's absolutely dog water. And then you go up to 6 and then of course higher and it's just absolutely godsmacking good. So we'll see what happens. They said this shear valley is supposed to get a little bit better as we go along with this, but
I did want to mention from all the storms that are in Alabama and Georgia, they have been now sub-severe, so there's no real danger with them. However, they are kind of moving slowly and over the same regions, and I would guess that they're very water loaded, which means they're dropping rain. It's flooding. You're getting continuous rain, heavy rain showers over the same regions. And so the flood potential is still pretty significant over here. So don't be driving into flooded waters, flooded streets,
you're
because
telling me
you don't know what's in there, and it could do damage to your vehicle or even you. So we don't want you going out
you
there.
don't know what's in there. There
just
could be
use
an
caution.
alligator.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
also
I mean there
Pac,
could be an alligator.
on the same note, Central Tennessee is getting absolutely hammered with water right now.
Looks like they've lowered those flash flood emergencies. They said water has gone down, but we're still seeing water upwards of 5 inches high.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that was from yesterday.
yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean it's
very
yesterday, but it's
significant
for
flooding this whole system is capable of.
Yeah, no doubt. And the Texas region, you guys didn't get all of your moisture swept out yesterday, so that's why we're seeing a little bit higher probabilities of severe weather over there. Um,
I mean, yesterday.
you guys are unimpeded.
Yeah, you guys had a lot of storms last night that quickly developed. Not mainly the tornadoes, but just due to that cap, there's just no cap at all last night. So there was storms firing everywhere. So as the environment got less favorable, it didn't matter because it was still going to be favorable enough to develop these quick showers and thunderstorms. So all that's become just a little cluster mess out there in Georgia, and looks like it's affecting you guys a lot more. Though this might impede to the tornado risk over there a little bit. So I guess if you wanted to trade off some rain over tornadoes, I won't say no to that any day of the week, as long as the rain's not going up to my knees.
Yeah, no doubt. But if
No
y'all
doubt.
are tuning in, we are waiting or awaiting storm development, which, as you can see on radar, we already have. But we're waiting for these to get to a point where we need to redirect our attention to them. We are waiting and seeing, because right now we have a level 3 out of 5, which I'll go ahead and pull up here for y'all. If you haven't
Mhm.
already, go ahead and hit the like button. We've got
Yeah, I was gonna say now is probably the best time to think about hitting that like button if you are enjoying, and also to just get that information out there because right now we don't have a whole lot going on, but we might have a lot going on very soon. And so if we can hit the like button, share the stream, get it around so that people who may be in the path of some of these storms uh, will be alerted and see this stream so that they can be, safe.
yeah.
That's what we want to try to do here.
Amen, brother. Let me go ahead and
There
see
you
what we
go.
got. Yeah. So,
Um,
again, we are gonna be looking at this again in probably another 20 minutes. Because we are gonna be having a new day one outlook come out, and we're gonna go over that with y'all when that does happen. Um, but yeah, so far we've got a level 3 out of 5, covering 5 states. I mean, it is quite an expansive risk, if you will. Uh, Going all the way from Texas. Speaking of Texas, we got a new SVR, I believe. Maybe not. Maybe I could be cuckoo. But anyway, covering about 5 states, from Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and then far southern South Carolina. Accompanying that, we have a very large 5% tornado risk, encompassing the same area that I called out earlier. Additionally, we have a more localized, higher end hail risk. So that'll be encompassing the DFW area as we get on further into the afternoon. Accompanying that is a very widespread wind risk. So if you know anybody in the area, you're likely going to be impacted with, I believe, 65 knot or higher. And Peck, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that around 75?
That would be hurricane force, yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So 75 mile per hour winds or higher. Y'all are going to be accompanied by that. And then earlier this morning, we did have a new MCD come out, which we are monitoring for a new tornado watch. So,
Yeah, in a mesoscale discussion, MCD, what Hunter's referring to, is essentially just something that the Storm Prediction Center, the experts in the field that are monitoring this weather, it's something they put out to kind of explain the environment in the region. And usually it comes before they issue a watch so that you'd expect to see a watch coming soon after that. Or sometimes they just issue it to as like um, a general watch out kind of thing, um, and then they don't issue a watch after that. But the higher end, or really most MCDs, get a watch issuance afterward. Another thing I wanted to quickly go over is some of the timing. the western part of the enhanced risk, I mean, we're already seeing it start to fire now. So really, the main threat with that's going to be within the next 2 to 3 hours or so. Uh, Maybe two to, it'll probably start in 2 to 3 hours and then kind of continue throughout probably about 5, 6, 7 p.m. The threat in the central part of the enhanced risk, maybe anywhere from Texarkana up to Meridian, Mississippi. Um, that's going to be mainly a little bit later, probably closer to um, 5 hours from now, 4 hours from now, and then through the evening hours, 6, 7,
Hi,
8
Nathan.
p.m. And then the risk on the eastern end is actually kind of probably pushing off now. So anything on the from say central Alabama eastward, if anyone lives there, you're going through the storms right now, and there probably won't be too much of a secondary round unless you're a little further to the south. Parts of Florida, the Florida Peninsula may see more of that severe risk as a second round later tonight. And by the way, excuse me again for my voice. I went to a concert yesterday. It was a good time, but uh, I kind of lost it today, and I'm doing my best.
Yeah, we told him not to party too hard, and he came back like that. So I don't know. Oh man. But yeah. You know, as we go on out through time, okay, that'll be a new severe for South Carolina coming in, which we'll look at, and there we go. So, um, as we continue throughout the day, y'all, we're gonna see storms begin to develop rather rapidly over Texas and Louisiana and Mississippi and all the states we highlighted earlier. We're going to be here for a while. I'm not sure for how long, but we're going to be here for probably quite a while covering it. So if y'all haven't already, go ahead and hit that like button. If you want a good free way to contribute to what we do, if y'all like what we're doing here, uh, then go ahead and hit that like button so we can get out in front of a lot more people. Um, so yeah, again, not really a lot going on. If y'all know anybody in Lodge, Williams, Ruffin, Branchville, anybody in that area in South Carolina, y'all might want to go ahead and text them, let them know, hey, a good old wind and rainstorm is coming your way. But,
And what up, Ebezius? We really do appreciate your donation from the other day as well,
by the way,
and we're happy to see you here. It's happy to see
Ibiza's,
anyone here.
your name is Nathan, right? I believe you mentioned that.
Ebezius Nathaniel. I mean, probably.
I remember. I think I remember you bringing up that your name is Nathan, and I want to be sure. Be sure I can
Yeah, I
refer to
was
you as
here for
Nathan.
the whole time yesterday, so I don't quite remember, but yeah.
So I just wanted to let you gentlemen know that the storm in Texas, the only Newcastle, Texas severe storm right now, there seems to be a pocket of hail on the more northern end of that storm that seems to be heading more towards Olney, Texas,
Oh
with
yeah.
a little bit of maybe smaller hail, depending on the intensity of the storm once it actually gets to Olney. Maybe the only municipal airport, along with the only country club, seems to be in the crosshairs. But the town of Olney might get a little bit of a miss there. But definitely still stay alert. This is still severe tagged. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are our threats for the storm. Moving 55 miles an hour, according to the warning, to the northeast.
Yeah, it's a pretty fast motion. So
Nathan.
there's a chance also that some of this hail is wind driven, so it's gonna brush in. The hail's gonna fall, probably not particularly large, but it's gonna get pelted into things almost from the side. In some of these areas, if the wind is strong enough, and with a fast motion, that does help on that risk. Probably will also hit Newcastle, where US 380 meets Highway 251. south of Olney in Texas.
Yeah, so like right along this road is where they're referring to for your main health threat. But Nathan, you did not have to do that. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank y'all, all for taking the time to, sit here and hang out with us. I mean, we are, like I said, likely on the cusp of another severe weather event, and we're gonna be here covering it for y'all. We're gonna be here covering it for you. Hey, there's that donation. Finally came through on the stream. But
That's a funny one. That's
yeah, like the car, it gets picked up and thrown away. Like, why do we?
we hit by a tornado or what's going on
Yeah,
there?
like I don't know what's going on. I gotta work on that animation.
It's a very funny donation message.
Yeah,
The pop up there.
but yeah, y'all, we are hanging out here, talking to y'all in chat. If y'all have anything y'all want us to look at, or
About specific locations, we'll go over them in depth for you, for where you are. We want to be as personable as possible, especially while we have a fairly lower view count right now.
yeah,
That's one benefit that we can provide, that hopefully will help out the most.
yeah, no kidding.
Russell, Kansas.
Also, Kansas should be in the clear for today.
Oh, Russell, Kansas. I need to look that up.
Overall, the whole state of Kansas is not in any kind of risk at all, nor not even for just general thunderstorm.
Yeah, not a problem, Kevin. Hey man,
Yep.
that is what we're here for. We are here to cover what other people don't. We are here to cover what other people don't. Even though it may be boring, it gives us the opportunity to interact with all of y'all and to get to know you and you know get to the point where I can be like, hey, I know that name, and Nathan, I already know your name. I'm gonna bully you every time you donate $1. No, I'm joking. We appreciate it very much.
Oh my
So
gosh.
for Wolf Dog Mama, very interesting username. You in Russell, Kansas should be completely fine in regards to, well, really any kind of rain over the next 3 days. Should be pretty nice out for the next couple of days. And in terms of the severe threat, there's absolutely nothing on our radar for over the
Yeah.
next 3 to 5 days for you guys. So you
Yeah,
should be
go out,
completely fine for that.
enjoy. Nathan said, good day for yard work. I mean, go out, do whatever you want. There's no sort of weather risks at play for that part of Kansas. Thank goodness we've had so many over the last few days, weeks, and we're finally coming to a little bit of a quieter period.
Yeah, no kidding. We are. Thank you so much. Love watching you guys because you guys tell me exactly what's going on. Hey, that's what we're here for, y'all. I mean, we're not here to be like, oh yeah, here's that location. El Dorado, Arkansas.
Oh, I remember going over that location for someone else a few days ago.
So before we get lost track, Scarkilla asked about northern Indiana. I don't know how north you're asking for, but currently around the South Bend Elkhart area, you're just going to see some showers currently. But to the south, near Bourbon and Plymouth, especially Rochester, Indiana, there are a couple of thunderstorms that are developing there. One of which, especially near Bourbon and I think Tippecanoe is how you say that. There's some thunderstorms with some very heavy rain embedded within this little mess of storms, but nothing severe and no warnings out for anything in northern Indiana. But I'll keep you updated if I see anything on there. Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, and by the way, to everyone watching, you're hearing from Sawyer. He's a good friend of ours who is good at weather analysis. I believe you're in school, right, Sawyer?
Yeah, I'm now a sophomore for atmospheric sciences. It seems we got
Sophomore as
somebody.
in,
Very smart
did
guy
you?
here, y'all. Very
Yeah,
smart guy.
Were you a freshman that has now taken finals, or are you a sophomore taking
Yeah,
finals?
finals are complete, so I've completed my freshman year. Did pretty well, surprisingly.
Nice. Good to
Now,
hear.
somebody a bit actually, but sorry to interrupt. Clara, you had asked a question regarding St. Landry Parish, Louisiana. It's actually very close to me. St. Landry Parish is currently in the slight risk for today. So what we need to look out for is really just the we kind of need to look out for the leftovers of this severe threat for today in more northern Louisiana. It St. Landry Parish and like Acadiana, specifically around like Lafayette, Opelousas area, should be somewhat fine for today. But it is something to look out for. We might be in a severe thunderstorm watch later tonight if things, actually verify from our forecast. But overall, it doesn't look to be any kind of major threat, but it really just depends on how our northern storm does. So it's really only time will tell. But for now, just kind of go about. We might get some storms today.
There you go.
And for El Dorado, Arkansas, was that Donna? The main threat today, you are under an enhanced risk, so there is a chance for some severe weather today. The main threat should be around 6 p.m. ish, and then it'll probably continue for like 2 or so hours after that. And there's a good chance that you could have some damaging winds. I think especially large hail will be a pretty significant threat, and a small chance again for tornadoes as well. But the tornado chance today should be lower than it was yesterday, hopefully. We don't think the same conditions are in place today.
Yeah.
So before, so Pamela, you had asked about Caddo and Bossier Parish in Louisiana. You guys are right in the middle of that western enhanced risk. So there's a relatively big hail and especially strong wind risk out for almost the entirety of the I-20 corridor, and its surrounding areas around, well, all of Louisiana. The entirety of the I-20 corridor is within an enhanced risk. It's a level 3 out of 5 for a chance to see some pretty strong winds and some pretty big hail if things turn out to be the way that they're forecasted currently.
Yeah, and Miss Matrix had been asking about DFW and timing. Again, DFW, the main threat should be probably hail and perhaps some damaging winds. And again, that tornado threat is there, but not particularly high today. And the timing, you should start to see those storms move in around 3, 4, 5 p.m. Around that time frame. And so, and probably last for, 1 to 2 hours after that. So, make sure especially for the hail risk, make sure you keep your cars indoors if you can, cover them with whatever you can to make sure that your windshield's not going to blow out. If you are under that tornado warning today, we will be covering that in depth, and so stay tuned to this stream or any other way you have of receiving weather warnings. And we'll make sure to tell you when you need to be in your safe spot, where that safe spot is, and when it's safe to get out of that spot.
There you go. And for those of y'all that are tuning in, we're kind of in the waiting stage of, we could have, a little bit of widespread severe weather today. But yeah, I mean, we're kind of in the waiting stage. We've already got a few storms firing off. These are, I would say, yeah, they're definitely severe. 1 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But right now we are waiting on the more widespread portion of it. So
while we
welcome
wait
everybody.
for that,
If you haven't already, go ahead and hit that like button. I believe we are the only ones live right now for this event, at least for right now. So if y'all will go ahead and hit that like button so we can, reach a few more people.
And make sure that everyone's safe in the path of these storms as they start to form and get a little more intense as we're expecting throughout later today.
You had asked, someone had asked about St. Louis. St. Louis is fine for today.
Yeah, y'all are good.
Also, it seems that Newcastle, Texas, is being the northern portion of Newcastle is getting hit by hail, and almost it seems that more hail will be coming in over the next 10, maybe 15 minutes into Newcastle. Only dodged a bullet. That northern part of the storm just died out, luckily. So seems to be very little hail hitting Olney, but Newcastle seems to be getting a little bit of hail right now. I would also like to point our attention a little bit to our Georgia and South Carolina portion of the storm. We have a special weather statement for, I think, 45, 50-mile-an-hour winds near Perry, heading towards Hawkinsville and Cotrain. That one, I see maybe a little bit of very large rain or some small hail developing within that storm. So definitely be on the lookout, as said, for Hawkinsville, Cotrain, anywhere southeast of Perry. I believe
Right.
that's in Georgia.
Um,
South of Mason, southeast of Perry, Georgia.
Real quick, y'all, I do want to bring up that new severe thunderstorm warning that came in. We've got a tornado possible tag, and so what that means, right, is the National Weather Service, they will label a severe thunderstorm warning as being tornado possible if they have a reason to believe a tornado might happen, but they're not confident enough to issue a tornado warning. And I totally agree with them. You've got your inbound wind going into it, and then you've got your outbound wind, or your outbound wind coming in right behind it, and that's going to form a bit of what we call a mesocyclone right here. So if you know anybody in Doyle, Ellaville, Andersonville, Montezuma, and Friendship, to the north of Friendship, Georgia, we are keeping an eye on that, because that is definitely looking like a pretty good supercell.
Yeah, I did want to cover. Lacona Cosner had asked about Killeen, Texas, and Beaumont, Texas, for predictions. As far as Beaumont goes, your threat shouldn't come until much later in the night, and it is a marginal threat, so there's a chance for storms today, but I don't think they're going to be too severe. They should be winding down by then, maybe some lightning, thunder, rain, of course, if you do get that storm, but the storm coverage is also probably going to wane by that point. As far as Killeen, so Killeen, the threat is a little bit higher, excuse me, up there. Also probably in the enhanced risk, if I have that location correctly. And the threat there should come a little bit earlier for your family. And I'm definitely watching that for hail, wind, and tornadoes. Especially that hail risk. I really do think that hail risk is going to be the most significant today, especially with the further west extent you have. But there is a good chance for wind risk as well to move into the Killeen area, and that should be around maybe 6, 7 p.m. In Central Time. Beaumont shouldn't be much later until 9, 10, 11,
Wolf
12
Dog,
p.m.
to reply to you,
12
no,
a.m.
we don't. We all are kind of one big group here. Oh, tornado warning for Georgia.
Oh,
A
is
new
that one
tornado
there
warning
near
has been issued.
Ellaville?
Yeah, that would be the one. So, all right, everybody. We have a tornado warning now. And that'll be for this cell right down here, I do believe. So again,
It's for the Ellaville. It's for the Ellaville one.
okay. If y'all haven't already and you're just not tuning in, we now have a tornado warning. That'll be for Doyle, Ellaville, Andersonville, north of Friendship. So Friendship proper, you're not in it. And we're talking about Georgia here, okay? right now we're not seeing a reason to believe that a tornado might be imminent, but we are going to keep an eye on it.
Seems that everywhere along State Highway 24 and U.S. Highway 19. So that includes Doyle, Putnam, Walls Crossing. Obviously includes Ellaville, Lacrosse, Bumphead, Fountainville, Anderson, and all the way to Oglethorpe, if I'm saying that right.
Right. So to kind of get the word out there, y'all, if you know anybody in the area, I would go ahead and call them and say, hey, you're under a tornado warning. You probably need to go ahead and take shelter. What you can do on the YouTube side is, hit the like button and subscribe. Those are very, one-click, free, easy ways you can really accelerate what we're doing here and help us reach more people. So by hitting
And
the
as we
like
reach,
button, yeah,
yeah, and as we reach more people, uh, that'll hopefully someone in one of these towns that we're calling out will have tuned into the stream and heard their town called out as in a tornado warning, and then they will go to their safe spot and take precautions. And that safe spot is going to be the most interior room of your house, away from windows, lowest floor if you can, and if you have a basement, get in there. Put a helmet on, get stuff, anything soft over you, mattresses, pillows, blankets, um, and bring some non-perishable like snacks, food with you. Bring a whistle, um, and if there's a designated storm shelter down here, I'm not entirely sure of the construction. Go there. Just find the sturdiest room you can, and that's gonna save your life, save you from injury. Bring your pets with you. Uh, And yeah, and
yeah,
and stay tuned here. We'll keep you updated on when you can come out.
yeah, no doubt. So kind of going down the line here.
Hunter, I would also like to mention that the severe thunderstorm warning directly to the east of that tornado warning, southeast of Perry near Cochrane. I'm not sure how you say that, but north of Hawkinsville, that is a Tor possible tag. There's a
Okay.
Tor possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so we are looking at really our main tornado warning back here, y'all. That'll include, again, Ellaville. If you're just now tuning in, we are covering a tornado warning over here in Georgia. Um, that'll be for Ellaville, Doyle, Andersonville, and Montezuma. If you know anybody in that area, go ahead and call them. Let them know, hey, you're under a tornado warning. You need to seek shelter. We are also monitoring another severe thunderstorm warning over here near. Okay, Sawyer, is that concentrate? How? How in the
I
world?
think I think it's something like Cochrane.
I don't want to say
Cochrane?
what I think.
It could be wait, Cotran? Cochrane?
I just
Cochrane?
I just say Cochrane. But
Chester,
all we need to
Dexter.
know is that this
Yeah.
is southeast of Perry. This is east southeast of Perry. Hawkinsville, only part of it is included in the severe thunderstorm warning.
Cochrane.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay.
So all you need to know is that almost a large section of U.S. Highway 23, I believe that is, state highways 26, 112, and 257 are all within this region. Cochrane is immediately under this, all of the precipitation and whatnot. If there is anything, it more than likely is passing that now. There is no tornado warning on this specific part of the storm, but the severe thunderstorm warning that is on this storm has a tornado possible tag, meaning that there could be some development, within the next 36 minutes, which is when this severe thunderstorm warning expires.
Yeah, no
Also,
kidding.
I wanted to mention Wolf Dog Mama. We don't have different like pages for ourselves. We do, but I mean, I don't really want to advertise that. But really, what to advertise, if we are to advertise anything, would be just this page, Spark Service Weather. It's pinned here in the chat. That is our Twitter, our X, whatever you want to call it nowadays. And that is where we post the latest information, uh, and that's where we'll be pretty active on social media. And thank you for asking, of course.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt. So again, for those of you all tuning in, we've got an ongoing tornado warning. Looking at velocity here. Uh, I mean, Pac, what do you think? That could be trying to tighten up down south, north of Friendship. You think, or
Um, yeah, because I'm looking at which rate are you looking at?
I am
I'm
looking at
looking at
KJGX.
GX.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at that as well.
Okay.
It would be the right spot within the storm to look for a rotation to spin up. And luckily, if that were to be the location where Hunter is pointing out right now, that will probably go south of Ellaville, of the downtown. However, there are still likely people that live over here. So south of Ellaville, uh, US 19, between Ellaville and Americus, over to Andersonville. That would be headed right for Andersonville. Please get to your safe spots now. Get to shelter. Stay indoors. Do all of these things, and make sure that you are continue to watch so that we can tell you when you can get out of your safe spot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No kidding. And as we continue to cover this, we are obviously not going to forget about our the folks over there in Texas. We are aware of y'all, and funny enough, we'll go over there real briefly while we wait for another radar scan. Over here in Georgia, we are not forgetting about y'all over here. We know we've got pretty good thunderstorms going up. Let's go ahead and yeah, man, that hail core to the northwest of Archer City. Let's go ahead and try to get a measurement on that. Let me see.
I do want to point out that rotation, the tornado warning, by the way, for those, if anybody's watching that area and wants to know exactly where it is, it's somewhere in between Midnight Road, Ebenezer Road, and Stevens Road, just south of Putnam and Walls Crossing. So be on the lookout if you're near there. And it does appear very broad rotation. So it more than likely has a mesocyclone. More than likely the storm is spinning. But the likelihood that a tornado was on the ground is not high. But be on the lookout, take shelter, take your precautions. So yeah.
Right. And going back to our Texas threat, the cell to the northwest of Archer City, based on radar, we are getting about an inch and a quarter hail coming out of it, which is pretty big. I mean, if you think about it, that is a little bit bigger than a quarter. That would be Pack. How big would that be?
$50.
$50? Yeah, yeah. So $50 size hail up here. I'm pretty. Do they have it warned for that? No, 2-inch hail. Well, either way, which way is the tornado moving in Andersonville? Let's go look.
It's moving pretty much directly east. Not much northerly component. In fact, maybe even southerly a little bit, but it is going right towards Andersonville. So if you are in Andersonville, please get to shelter. That is the most interior room of your house. If you're in a mobile home, you need to get out of that mobile home and you need to get into a much more sturdy, grounded shelter. Get into the most interior room away from windows. If there's a basement in whatever building you're in, get to that basement. Stack mattresses, pillows, anything soft over you. Throw on a helmet, bicycle helmet or a baseball helmet will do. And if you're driving out here, you need to if you're driving, try to get to a safe spot, a sturdy shelter as soon as you can. If you can't, then in that case, uh, we don't think that there's a tornado on the ground right now. But if you're south of Ellaville on US 19 and places further to the west from there, you should drive into a ditch.
Yeah.
If you're east of there, and you're driving south continue driving south. You do have time to get to somewhere like Americus, but you don't want to be stalling at this point. But a best place to go would be to get into a sturdy shelter.
Right.
If you pull over at a gas station, that's better than nothing.
Right. Hey, Chris. See you in the chat. Wolf Dog, thank you for the reply earlier. We're glad that we are, becoming your favorite weather channel. We are all really just a bunch of weather nerds, with a camera and live streaming out to the internet. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. We ain't nothing special. We're just doing what we love. Doing what we
And
love.
amen to that. And Kevin, you talk about Bonaire, Georgia. Bonaire is in the clear of all current tornadic rotation. You are out of the severe thunderstorm warning that has the tornado possible tag, and that tornado warning for the one in Ellaville is not going anywhere towards you or Perry in that matter. It seems to be going due east. Said towards Ellaville, Andersonville, Oglethorpe, and Montezuma.
All right, and Pack, can you cover for me for about 2 minutes?
Sure thing. Okay.
All right, I'll be right back, y'all.
All right. So I am a little bit concerned also for this severe thunderstorm warning in Cochrane and Chester, Dexter, Rents, Cadwell, because this is on radar seems to be packing quite a punch, and this is all in Georgia, quite a punch of wind behind it. I personally don't think it will spin up all that soon, hopefully. But either way, it's producing a whole lot of wind. There's going to be some hail with it too, probably wind-driven hail, and that's going to be kind of pelting cars and whatever's out here. Hopefully, it may be knocking down trees. Hopefully, it does not. But it may be knocking down trees, even power lines if you get a gust strong enough. That'll be branches as well. So Dexter, Chester, Rents, Cadwell, even Eastman and Dublin over in Georgia near I-16, or just south of I-16. And this is on the south eastern side of Macon. It's pretty far to the southeast of Macon. Macon, you're not in it, but it's just to give a general idea of where this is. There is a pretty good chance of severe winds, and it's a storm you want to stay indoors for.
So you
yeah.
had this Kuro. You had asked about Byramville. Byramville is on the outside of that tornado warning. However, it is to the east of the tornado warning. So if that tornado warning does get extended and pushed a little bit further to the east, then more than likely Byramville will be inside of it because it's just outside of that warning box. So I'd say be on the lookout. Just kind of monitor what's going on with the Ellaville storm here.
Yeah.
And if a new tornado warning does get issued and pushed a little bit more towards the east, you more than likely will be included in that.
Right. So they did go ahead and cancel that warning? Yeah. Yeah, they did.
Oh, that tornado went observed on Ellaville.
Oh, yeah, it did. So
Emergency management confirmed tornado. So we do have a tornado on the ground, according to law enforcement,
Okay.
just south of Ellaville.
I want to reiterate, y'all, even though it's not showing up on the overlay, we do have a confirmed tornado warning. So I don't know why that's not showing up on the overlay. I'm going to have to fix that at some point. But we are we're looking at a confirmed tornado. Y'all said it was confirmed by EMA.
Yes.
Okay.
The emergency management.
Okay.
Yeah. It is observed.
Okay. We aren't seeing any indication of debris, but that does not mean it is not down. We are looking very high into the storm here. So kind of going down the line here, Andersonville, the south side of Andersonville. Y'all need to be hunkered down. Get some shoes on, take a whistle with you. That way, in the event that you are entrapped, which we hope to God you're not, you have a way to get that audio out. Is the tornado going to hit Byron?
If you're talking about
Byronville?
it could.
It
That is just outside the warning. Um, but Byron, I'm not entirely sure where Byron is.
Byron is north of Perry. If you're talking about the city or the town of Byron, that's north of Perry. You guys are fine right now. Just
Yeah.
a lot of rain. As they said though, Byramville to the east of Andersonville. If this warning does get extended, they more than likely will be in that risk.
Alright.
And if anybody needs a more higher, like an exact location as to where this rotation is, it seems to be around Mount Zion Church Road, as well as Green Road, and it's about to cross State Highway 19,
yeah.
southeast of Ellaville.
And this is
So
all in Georgia to the east of Columbus. Where is that? Is that Georgia? Columbus, Georgia.
yeah.
All to the east and a little bit south of there. Southwest of Macon.
Yeah. So as we spoke about it earlier, y'all, we are expecting at some point to have a new tornado watch come out for this area. So we are likely seeing the beginnings of our tornado threat. Is it gonna hit Byron? Let me move this. Where? Let me see.
Byron is north of Perry,
Okay.
and as we had said before, it shouldn't be hitting there. It should be south of you, and in fact, the risk up in that region is going to be probably going down over the next hour, really, and then your risk should be over in about an hour or two, because you're in a thunderstorm right now, south of Macon, but you may end up seeing a lot of flooding out of this. That'll be perhaps the biggest risk that becomes a bit more of a threat over the next hour. But the severe thunderstorm risk, the damaging winds, hail, and the tornado risk should be going down for Byron.
Yeah. Yeah. No kidding.
Hey, whoever's in charge of radar, take a look on correlation coefficient for a second. There's a very 1 pixel of blue where that rotation is.
That would be you talking about.
So
about
I'm on. I don't know if y'all are on the same radar site that I'm on.
Okay.
I'm on KJGX.
Yeah. Yeah. We are. What scanner are you on? I'm on 49.
49. Yeah, I'm on 51.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm a scan behind you.
It's very small. It doesn't seem to be much. If there is anything, again, this could just be, it could just be strong
Oh.
rains. It could just be birds. But if this is a tornado on the ground, if the law enforcement, what they saw was actually a tornado and is still on the ground, it is just near Old Highway 19, crossing the road, crossing State Highway 19. Just around where the intersection of Highway 19 and I think State Highway 271 is.
Right.
That is just west of La Crosse.
Yeah. So we've got 154 people watching and 85 likes. If y'all will and you want to contribute in any way, the more likes we have, the more the YouTube algorithm is going to see what we're doing and push it out to potential people in the path. So by liking the stream, you could be potentially saving a life. So we
Very
want to,
true.
yeah, we want to emphasize that there aren't a lot of people covering this tornado warning, as far as I know. I want to go as far as to say that we do have a tornado on the ground. While we can't directly confirm it via radar, about what Sawyer and y'all, about 5 minutes ago we had an EMA report. Right.
Something else I want to bring up
Yeah.
is this storm has a whole lot of lightning with it.
Yeah.
So you're it's gonna be a dangerous storm no matter what, no matter where in this storm you are, because the tornado is likely south of Ellaville. But Ellaville, you're getting a whole bunch of rain, whole lot of lightning, probably some damaging winds as well, and maybe even hail. So it's a dangerous storm no matter what. Same with Oglethorpe and Montezuma. You're gonna be seeing maybe not the tornadic part of the storm, but on the northern side, you're gonna be seeing a lot of lightning, which could snap trees, could you don't want to be outside in that, and you could see some hail, probably smaller hail, and then also damaging winds is definitely a threat, no matter if you're in the tornadic circulation or not. The tornadic circulation is the place where we could see the highest uh, risk to life and property, but even to the north, it's a significant storm.
Yeah, yeah, no kidding. And a question in chat regarding how to spot rotation, or how do we know that it's on the ground, or not? Well, truthfully, right now we don't, but we do have various indicators that would lead us to believe that this is likely a very strong storm, if not tornadic, a very strong storm. So we're looking at, so the greens here are going into the storm, and the reds here are going away from it, right? And when you get
It's
that,
the radar.
yeah, yeah, into the radar, and like so, when your reds and greens end up meeting up, that is where you might end up having a tighter uh, area of rotation. So again, while we don't know if there's a tornado on the ground, we want to treat it like one because this storm has a history of having a tornado on the ground, as reported by EMA earlier. So we want to treat it like there is a tornado on the ground. Um, don't know if you have anything, Pack.
Yeah,
Yeah, new tornado warning for it.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to
A new
point that
tornado
out so
warning
that people
has
we
been
can
issued.
see kind of what we're looking for tornadoes in radar because we don't have any storm chasers today out in this. We will
Tornado warning
have
to the
storm
east.
chasers on some future streams, but right now we
Ooh.
don't, and uh, so radar is the only thing we have to see whether or not a tornado could be on the ground with this. Another product to use, is that trying to spin up there?
Yeah. Sawyer.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sawyer, is
So
that
just northeast of Eastman. Yeah,
okay?
that's the storm. Near Eastman, in the small towns of Muckerson, Sanders, and Lowry. Just around, I think it's middle. I am not entirely sure. Near the Eastman Dublin Highway, just northeast of Eastman. That's a lot of words, but that's that tornado warning for you. It's moving to the southeast. Um, Fortunately, there's not a whole lot in that area. But as I said, Saunders, Muckerson, and anything in between is all within this. And as I said, it's crossing state. There's no confirmation on whether or not this is a actually tornado on the ground. Just we know that there is a little bit of rotation within the storm, and so where that rotation is, has just crossed State Highway 117 or 117, and that is moving southeast again towards Muckerson Saunders.
Yeah. And you know, for the people that are looking for more of a lesson about how to read radar, what I like to do, you know, particularly when you have, you know, a supercell or an MCS that you see that'll protrude what I like to call a Pepe arm. And you know,
What?
in the context of what we're talking about here, it sounds funny, right? But it's really not. You don't want to see a Pepe arm on radar. You really don't. But when you see a Pepe arm, that is a rapid increase in RFD, and likely leading to tornado genesis right in the crease of it. I mean, I'm trying to find a way to describe it. But if we go from radar or reflectivity over to velocity, you kind of see that here, where you have again the reds and greens. They are coming in and then they're coming out, and they all meet right in that little area right there, out ahead of it.
They did allow that Ellaville tornado warning to expire, by the way.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. So Ellaville, while they did allow it to expire, I would say hunker down until you hear it quit raining. Cause
And,
I'm not so sure about that, but
Well, there's a whole lot of rain in the area. I would wait for the severe thunderstorm warning to end. That expires in 15 minutes.
that's better.
yeah, I would
Um,
still treat it as a tornado could be dropping very soon. If you're in Andersonville, please do stay in your shelter. Montezuma, it's good to stay indoors. Again, we don't think that you're going to get hit by the tornadic part of the storm, but don't be outside in this. Your threat will end probably in the next 2 hours or so, and then you can go outside and do your activities for today. But the main threat again is that storm near Eastman, south of Cadwell. There's a tornado warning for it, and it is a nice little circulation that has tried to spun up within this broader line of strong damaging winds. So even up towards Rents, Dexter, Dublin, um, down Interstate 16 where it meets Highway or US 319, and then down that road, there is a threat for damaging winds, and I think that's going to be the main threat with this storm. But on the southern end of that, just to the north and east of Eastman in Georgia, yeah, that RFD is bowing out. There's a good chance of a tornado that will be trying to form here within the next 5 to 10 minutes.
yeah. So, um, kind of to go down the line here, yo. Um, if you know anybody in Alamo, Glenwood, Mount Vernon, uh, Terrytown, Sopertown, anybody in that area, on down the line here, while not imminently, we could be seeing a tornado try to come down. But again, a tornado is not imminent. We don't want to scare anybody. Uh, and yeah, so that'd be a new tornado warning, I would imagine, for.
They just issued a new tornado warning actually
A
for
new tornado
Andersonville.
warning
there we go.
They
has been
reissued that one.
issued.
So
So this one's a little bit more to the south. It includes Andersonville. It includes Byramville for earlier, but it also includes Vienna. Americus is outside of it. Although if you live to the north or to the east of Americus, then you probably are inside of this. Yeah.
yeah, so Andersonville, we earlier we referred to you to remain in your shelter, and that does stand true now. We are likely. Again, we had confirmation earlier that there was a tornado on the ground. I'm not too sure about that now. But I would treat it like one. The environment
Yeah,
down
the
here. Yeah, go ahead, Pat.
yeah, the environment is very favorable, and the National Weather Service does believe that this has enough potential to put a tornado on the ground here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. And this does also include parts of the I-75 corridor between Unadilla and Cordell, if I said that right. That's south of Macon in Georgia. And so if anyone is driving on those roads, or if anyone in the chat knows people who are driving in this region, tell them to pull over into like a sturdy structure for a short time and let them know that a danger storm is headed their way that could produce a tornado over their location. Specifically, as you get closer to Andersonville, uh, in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
yeah. I mean, we are. Like I said, y'all. I mean, to kind of go over it again here, we're looking at two tornado warnings. One that I'm really concerned about right now would be the one to the east. Uh, that looks to be a lot more favorable, in my opinion. It has a lot more of a broader mesocyclone within it that I feel like if it wanted to, it could tighten up, and it might even go as far as to produce a bigger tornado than what we might think. But I am very iffy on both of them. But if there's one I'm watching, it would be the one off to the east. I'm not sure, Pac. Do you agree, or do you think both are of equal concern?
Uh, yeah, I would think the one to the east is a little bit more concerning, actually. South of Cadwell, north and east of Eastman. It's got a really nice rear flanking downdraft surge. So all that rain cool air behind the storm is pushing forward toward the inflow region where you get that warm moist air, and where they meet is where you're going to see that tornado genesis, and this is a very strong surge here. So I do think that this has a better chance of producing something in the near term.
Yeah, yeah, no
And
I would
kidding.
also like to pull our attention a little bit to Millen. I believe this is Millen, Georgia, where a severe thunderstorm warning has the tornado possible tag. That was issued around 14, 15 minutes ago, um, which only includes the town of Millen. And well, there's a little bit of smaller towns like Emma
Oh
Lane,
yeah.
Bennett Landing, inside of that one. But there doesn't seem to be any kind of strong or really any rotation on radar. Um, but if you are within that severe thunderstorm warning, be on the lookout. Stay inside of shelter, and if a tornado warning does get issued, then that's when you should take your tornado warning practices.
Yeah, yeah,
I
no
think
kidding.
to get a more approximate location of where the main area of rotation is with this storm south of Cadwell, it's gonna be near 126 Road 126 County Road, where it meets 46, and that is gonna be north and west of Alamo, and it is headed towards the general Alamo region, and also near Glenwood. You're not in a warning right now. It won't be a little while till uh, this storm will get to you. But if it does continue to look good, it look like it has the potential of producing a tornado, it will get to your region, and it could produce one there. So we want you to be aware and staying paying attention. If anyone lives, or if anyone in the chat knows people who live in Alamo, Glenwood, Mount Vernon, and Terrytown, up in um, up in Georgia.
Right, yeah, no kidding. And over the past few scans, right, it is looking unfortunately better and better. Uh, we are. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, you've got velocities again coming in, and they're right in this area right here, yo. Uh, we're gonna wait and get one more velocity update, and then we'll see. But we haven't gotten that new update yet.
I would also like to take note that it seems that very small little cells are forming in front of this basically massive conglomeration of thunderstorms. There seems to be smaller cells that are forming in front of it that is actually being consumed by the stronger storm. And we see that with this with the Eastman Cadwell storm. Uh, there is a couple smaller cells that have been getting engulfed in front of it, and let's just hope that that doesn't strengthen it. But we have seen in the past storms, especially of the more linear side of things, we have seen
Yeah.
strengthening, like intensification within storms like this when it does something like that.
Yeah, so we're seeing what would appear to be rapid intensification of that velocity couplet. We want to reiterate, y'all, that we are, again, 3 likes away from 100. Like, the more you like the stream, the more we're going to be able to get the word out to these people. Because as far as I know, there's not anyone else out there broadcasting this. So the more people we can get to like it and to share it and to get it out there, the algorithm will pick up on that. So again, we could very soon have a tornado on the ground. So again, on down the line, Alamo, Glenwood, Mount Vernon. This is a new tornado warning. That'll be a continuation of this one. I do.
A new
believe.
tornado warning has been issued.
They did just continue that one.
Uh,
A larger area as well.
Yeah.
This one includes Alamo, includes Glenwood, Mount Vernon, Alley, and again, this is also all in Georgia.
Yeah. So on down the line. On down the line, we're talking about again Alamo. You're in a warning now. We haven't gotten the polygon yet, but you're in a warning now. Alamo, Alston, way on down the line. Is that Uvalde? Mount Vernon, Glenwood, Alamo again. Terrytown, Hickston, and again we're covering what does appear to be a tornado warning that might have a tornado imminent. Do we have a debris signature? We do not. Typically, you can tell by looking at velocity when they get real tight, like you see a velocity coupler about 3 or 4 pixels wide. Then you can pretty much assume that there's a tornado on the ground. But again, y'all, Pac, would you agree that we might have a tornado imminent?
Yeah, I do think it's very much a possibility. It is really trying to wrap up very quickly here. Again, that does include Alamo, Mount Vernon, just about Terrytown. That's going to be US 221 where it meets US 280 as well. Those are some of the larger roads in this tornado warning, as well as US 319. That one's very close. No one should be driving on that road.
Yeah, no kidding. I think there might be a small correlation drop. That looks like clear air to me. I'm not ready to call that. Pac, what do you think?
I mean, I'm on the 110 scan. I don't personally think there's a
Yeah,
tornado on the ground just yet.
right.
But
But you should still treat it
preliminary
as such.
location.
Yeah,
Yep.
y'all want to treat it like there is a tornado on the ground, even though we don't have confirmation of it. We all do kind of believe that there might be a tornado imminent. We're gonna wait it out. But Glenwood, you need to be getting into shelter. We're calling you out, guys. We're calling you guys out early so you have time to get to where you need to go. So
Really quickly, because we haven't covered it in quite some time, I just wanted to say there's still some large hail, observed golf ball sized hail actually, in Texas, Bryson, Jacksboro, US 281, and Graham are some of the major areas and roads in this particular warning, as well as up in Wichita Falls. There's a storm moving through the city now, and it's got some hail, it's got some wind. 1.5-inch hail, ping pong ball sized hail, and that could be producing some significant damage to cars, anything glass that's outside. We want to make sure that we're indoors in Wichita Falls. I think if you're there and you're looking outside, you already know that you don't want to be out in it. So just stay indoors for the next little while.
yeah, no kidding. And Texas, we're not talking about you because we don't care about you, but we've got a more prominent threat. You guys are dealing with large hail damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour likely. While the folks over here in Georgia are dealing with possibly tornadoes on the ground. Pac, do you have any update on that velocity couplet while I make my way over here?
I'm still at 110 for some reason. It's little bit behind. Um, Rito Customs thinks there could be a correlation coefficient drop. And essentially, when we talk about a correlation coefficient drop, that's essentially the radar is picking up on stuff that's not rain in the air. So could be debris. Sometimes it's hail as well. So that's where it gets a little tricky to decipher whether or not a tornado is actually on the ground. But it could be detecting debris when there is a drop. But I don't personally think there is a drop from what I'm seeing right now. Either way, we got to treat it like there could be a tornado lofting debris on the ground right now, headed for Glenwood and Alamo,
Yeah.
and eventually Mount Vernon. These are fairly populous areas.
Right. And like as we continue on throughout the afternoon, I mean I know Sawyer brought it up earlier, but we've got little showers developing off to the south, and as they continue to go north, like you can see this little one right here, little guy's trying to get sucked up into it. So you got to kind of watch that because sometimes these storms can use separated convection out ahead of them to aid them, either aid them or destroy them. Thank you for subscribing from Arizona. We're glad we can be of service to you, or of some sort of entertainment. And thank you, Dwayne, for the nice comment. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we thank you all. We've also got Sawyer in the back here. He's doing a lot for us in terms of helping. Good friend, and we're all trying to do our best to keep the people safe in the path of these um, dangerous storms, particularly right now in Georgia, and later we'll probably be covering Texas as well.
Yeah, no kidding. Likely gonna be, a pretty busy day. Uh, trying to find out.
I do want to mention we haven't really talked about the Byramville, the Andersonville tornado warning, but I do want to mention this seems the rotation's not very strong, which is great. We like to see that, but the tornado warning is still active and it still has 28 minutes left to expire. Um, Now it seems that the small town of Drayton, it's just to the north of you guys, but Drayton, Lilly, Vienna, and even some small parts of Richwood take this seriously. Get into shelter. This rotation, albeit quite unorganized, is coming towards you, and we don't know what this specific storm wants to do because this is all very unorganized, and this is all kind of far away from the radar site that we are watching this from. So it's very difficult to give a complete assurance like, oh, there is a tornado on the ground. We can't say that for sure. But what we can say is that this storm has the potential to produce a tornado, and just that risk alone is too much to say the least. And that's why I'm saying take some shelter. Take this warning seriously because we don't know if the storm is going to produce a tornado or if it has produced a tornado or not. We don't know that. So just take the warning seriously. Again, Vienna, Drayton, Lilly, and Richwood, Georgia. This is coming towards you guys.
Yeah.
Something I do want to reiterate is as these tornado warnings continue, we want to be able to provide as many people as possible who could be in the path of these the necessary information so that they can be safe. So if everyone in watching the stream right now can hit the like button and subscribe or share the stream, especially, that'll be really, really, really helpful for getting more people to see this, and then in turn, perhaps someone within one of these warnings will come across the stream and realize, oh no, there's a tornado coming for me, or some severe thunderstorm that I need to get indoors for so that I'm not hurt or anything. And that'll really help us out, and you'll be doing that person a favor.
Yeah.
Um, it sounds kind of weird because you have to do it kind of through YouTube, through us, but it is free, and you are indirectly helping save other people's lives.
Yeah, no kidding. And there is always the possibility that, maybe the person that you send the stream to, maybe they know somebody in this area. Matt, thank you for the $2, man. You didn't have to do that. Thank you, buddy. Again, every dime we make, y'all, is gonna go right back into improving what we do, and we can't thank y'all enough, for real. Can't thank y'all enough.
So more of a exactly where this little bit of rotation that we're monitoring near Alamo, Georgia, a more direct or more higher definition, like where exactly this is at. It should just be crossing Chick Inn Road and Mount Carmel Church Road, like where those two roads intersect. Um, Northwest of Alamo, a little bit more to the north of McRae Helena, which, by the way, McRae Helena is not in this tornado warning. You guys are fine, but just be on the lookout just in case anything does happen. This is south of Cedar Grove, northwest of Alamo. This is going towards Alamo. This storm is moving pretty fast as well. So that's why I urged, what Pack and Holistic and Hunter, what they've been saying is all the people like Glenwood, Alamo, and also the town of Stuckey, y'all are ahead of this. It's not affecting you right now, but it is heading towards you guys, and it's heading towards you guys pretty fast. So take this warning seriously. Take shelter. Take the precautions.
I do.
Tornado safe spots, etc.
I do also want to mention thanks to Mama G, Tanya in the chat for helping keep everything organized. And we love interacting with the chat here, and we want to make sure that it stays. That car logo was funny. That it stays, easy for everyone to see and everyone to interact with us in a friendly way. Because I mean, we want to help you all as best as we can. We're pretty small right now, so we can give that more localized forecast specifically when there aren't active tornadoes on the ground. But when there are active warnings and whatnot that are important to be covering, we do have to put our focus on these particular warnings because these are the storms that are most threatening people's lives in the very near term. But if some of these warnings can expire and die out, we will go back to covering anyone's specific location.
Yeah.
I
As
also
far as
do
risk.
want to say that the north side of Wichita Falls, Texas, especially around the Wichita Falls Municipal Airport, they are seeing $half size hail, and that's heading into Oklahoma. That storm
yeah.
is heading to the northeast into Oklahoma near Hastings and Temple and Randlett. Should be crossing the Red River in the next 20 minutes or so. And we do have a cell producing 1.75 inch hail. I think it's golf ball sized hail. Not confirmed, but from what we're seeing on radar near northwest of Jacksboro, Texas. And that storm seems to be intensifying when it comes to hail. So it currently has a considerable tag to it, but there does not appear to be any tornadic rotation, but there does seem to be a little bit of rotation on that storm. Just given these natures of the storm with how much hail it has, it more than likely will not go tornado warned, but just something to look out for if you are near the Jacksboro, Texas area.
Absolutely.
Yeah, another interesting cell I want to mention.
Yeah.
We've got in South Carolina a stronger little storm near Ridgeville and Cottageville, near I-26 to the northwest of Charleston. And this one is actually kind of making a beeline down to Charleston. Right now, the real severe hazard is going to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But it does have 3/4 inch hail as well, and that can definitely do some damage, especially knocking down trees, branches. That could be the biggest threat, and hoping that none of that goes into any houses. But you got to stay indoors, and that's how you're going to remain the most safe here. There's no need to go into some sort of tornado shelter. There's no real area of significant rotation with this, but you don't want to be outside in this, and it's just a kind of a heads up for Charleston, South Carolina. there's a dangerous storm headed in your direction within the next half an hour or so.
There you go.
And there are a lot of highways and a lot of people in Charleston. Charleston has over 100,000 people in it, and the areas surrounding it is well over 500,000. There's a lot of people in this area, and this also includes Interstate 26. And if for whatever reason that storm were to move a little bit more closer to Interstate 26, bringing those 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, that's not very good for your freight, your semi trucks, etc. So if you're on the road, be on the lookout of this little cell because you don't want to get pushed around, especially given how many people live in this area, and especially with that interstate being right there.
Yeah, I mean, so for those of y'all that are tuning in now, we are doing coverage of a widespread level 3 out of 5, and I believe we did get the day 1 outlook again earlier that I completely forgot about.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we did 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, yeah,
There wasn't much change.
yeah.
The main hail risk is going to be over in Texas, and the wind risk extends. But again, the tornado risk, as well as really all the main risks on the eastern side of the enhanced risk today, is kind of pushing through now. The central side will come much later, and the western side will be starting up now within the next couple of hours.
Yeah, no kidding. And so what I want to do real quick, y'all, is I want to go through models a little bit, kind of, get a look at what the environment may look like. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that up, and then we'll go ahead and switch over. So we can kind of get a more, yeah.
As Hunter is looking at models, essentially these are just guidances of what we're thinking could happen based on a whole bunch of math and physics that is very complicated for really anyone to explain because these go into supercomputers that make so many calculations per second. And so essentially it is guidance, it's not necessarily gospel. It won't necessarily happen exactly as we're seeing, but this gives us a good idea of what could happen and what is most likely as far as we can best tell.
Right. And so right now we're on the current frame. We're about, let's see, 18. I guess that would be right now. Yeah. So we've got our cells over here near Wichita. And as we go on through time, at around, I want to say 3 or 4 p.m. Central, you're going to see a lot of robust convection fire up over here in north central Texas. And then, wow, even northern Mississippi too. We continue on, and yeah, look at that. Wow. And these are going to be likely, big hail producers. I mean, we're talking 2 to 3 to 4 inch hail, maybe. A possibility. But yeah, I mean, very robust convection. Pack, what do you think about the tornado threat with these?
Yeah, thanks for asking because I was about to mention that. I think the best chance we have at seeing more significant tornadoes today, I wouldn't rule out a significant tornado, is when we get storm mergers. We've seen this so many times
yeah.
already this spring. There's a lot of storms clustering together, specifically in Texas. And if they kind of come together and merge in a favorable way, as they are likely to merge at some point, you'll probably see that tornado threat drastically increase because essentially, when those storms come together, they have an influence on each other such that you get more just spin in that localized area, and tornadoes can spin up very quickly. And assuming they're constructive, there's a chance that the tornado threat remains low, but I do think there is a chance for significant tornadoes today. Probably not many,
A new
but
tornado
one or
warning
two
has been
couldn't
issued.
be ruled out.
Tornado warning for Georgia.
There is a
Um,
very to answer your question in the chat. There is a very small cap in place over some parts of, especially southern central Texas, but nothing too extreme. Given how much instability is in place over Texas currently and is forecasted along the day, that cap is basically it's gonna get destroyed
yeah. So
as we're seeing with the storms right now.
to kind of go over what Sorry was talking about, the blue area here that we're looking at on the screen, that'll be a mild capping inversion. And the further you get into that area, or the further south you go, like near Corpus Christi, that capping inversion gets a little bit stronger. But when you have, 4,500 joules per kilogram of CAPE over top of that, it won't take a lot for them to go.
Yeah, and essentially what we're kind of explaining here is that in the thermodynamic profile of the atmosphere, as you go up as let's say you launch a balloon up, and it goes through, it's taking measurements of the temperature, the wind, dew point. Um, Specifically, we're looking at temperature here, and the cap that they're referring to is kind of a layer of warmer air that the balloon will feel right above the surface. Maybe a little bit. Maybe sometimes it could be 1 to 2 kilometers above the surface. And essentially, to get stronger storms, you need air that's near the surface because that is typically the warmest and most unstable. You need that to be lifted all the way up to the top of the troposphere, which is the lowest part of the atmosphere. And that yields stronger storms. And when you have that cap, that kind of prevents that to some degree. But when Hunter mentioned that joules per kilogram of CAPE, that is essentially the opposite of a cap. That is a positive version of instability, and essentially that will enable storms to go to just go boom. Like they'll go up, they'll those clouds will rise. You'll see those cumulonimbus go way up into the atmosphere, the anvils that spread out, and when you have that cap that can eventually break, which will probably happen at some point today, when that cap does break, all of that instability above it will be realized almost immediately, and then the storms will go boom.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. And again, there's a lot that goes into weather, right? Like, it's not as simple as saying, putting a blanket term over everything and being like, there you go. There's a lot of little things that end up making a storm come together, or that end up making up a tornado. And weather is so fascinating,
Incredibly complicated.
incredibly complicated.
Hoping it's as fascinating for you guys as it is for us.
Yeah.
So we do now have a new tornado warning
Yeah.
out for that Vienna, Georgia storm. Now this does include Richmond. It also includes Cordell, and it goes as far east as Abbeville, Georgia. So that also includes Rochelle, Pitts, and Seville. The radar, what we're seeing on radar in terms of rotation is questionable to say the least. But this storm has been, this is the same storm that produced that tornado, according to emergency management, the same storm that produced that tornado near Ellaville. So we've seen this storm produce a smaller tornado, or weaker tornado, it seemed, earlier, and it's still tracking. It's still ongoing. Not the tornado, but the storm itself. So we've seen it have a history of producing tornadoes. So take this warning seriously. Again, this includes Vienna, Richmond, Cordell, Seville, Pitts, Rochelle, and as far east as Abbeville, Georgia.
It is kind of intriguing to look at that outflow boundary out ahead of the line. And when we refer to an outflow boundary, we're talking about that little area that is rain-cooled air. I don't know if it'll show up very well, but that is rain-cooled air that is being shoved out in front of the storm. You can think of it like pushing your hand through water. You know how it creates a wave, and that wave continues to like the edges of the bathtub. I know it sounds crazy, but that's kind of what's going on here. Is where that outflow boundary hasn't traveled out, it is incredibly warm and incredibly moist. And so when you have that outflow boundary out ahead of it, it doesn't allow warm, moist inflow to get in. So
Yep,
that,
and that'll prevent tornadoes from trying to drop as
yeah,
well. Doesn't prevent the wind threat necessarily, or even the hail threat, but it does prevent a more significant tornado threat. And something else for anyone out there, if you've probably experienced a storm before, and an outflow boundary, when you're looking up at the clouds, it's that really dark initial cloud that kind of pushes through fast. Excuse me. And when it pushes through, you get that colder wind. You can feel the storm in the air without even having to look at it, and you can see it coming, feel it coming, and that's what that outflow boundary really is. Also, excuse me for just a moment. I had gone to a concert yesterday, so my voice is a little bit shot today, but it was a good time, and I'm here trying to help out now. But yeah.
volume levels are low. Let me see if I can work on that. Tim, are you talking about on me or Pack?
And also Jethro, the outflow boundary, sometimes if you, because it's caused by rain-cooled air behind the storm or within the storm itself. So when you get less of that rain, less, the rain-cooled air behind it becomes less intense, that outflow boundary will stop racing ahead as fast, and and if it can retract back into the storm, it will essentially become less of a hindrance to tornado genesis and a tornado threat. That does happen occasionally, um, but the environment right now, a lot of times, that is hard to realize happen. And the environment right now, I don't think necessarily supports it to come right back into the storm really quick, but it could happen.
Yeah, yeah, no kidding. And like as we get further into the afternoon, it'll we're gonna slowly begin to see an uptick in severe weather. I'm not too sure like how long we're gonna be live today. It really does depend on what the weather does.
I do want to say, just quickly here, that tornado warning that we saw near Alamo and Mount Vernon is going. They're allowing that specific tornado warning to expire. However, they did issue a severe thunderstorm warning backed by winds out in front of that, which includes Vidalia, Santa Claus, Leons, and Uvalde. It also still includes Mount Vernon. But this severe thunderstorm warning does have a tornado possible tag. So there is still some bit of rotation within that storm. So still be on the lookout, and just in case they do reissue a new tornado warning. But currently, it is downgraded.
All right, there we go. And again, y'all, we are at the very beginning of a level 3, a pretty big level 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather. We are going to be watching the southern Alabama into eastern Georgia corridor as we kind of head on through the evening. That's a new considerable.
Yeah, I do want to kind of say some of the same things Mama G's saying in the chat. If you guys can drop in the chat where you're from, it'd be nice to know where we're getting people coming from,
Yeah.
so that we can kind of focus on those areas, whether it's in the videos that we produce or just in the stream whenever we don't have a tornado warning. Uh, so that would be super fun.
Because believe it or not, we do. Like, we want to know where our audience is at so we can, better help y'all. We can get a lot more detailed, if you will.
Yeah.
Middle Tennessee. Hey, Joy. I'm not too far from you.
Yeah, Hunter's from the Nashville area.
Yeah. Yeah, we did. It was storming pretty good here at about 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock this morning.
Also nice to see some people from outside the U.S. and the U.K. We got a couple here,
Yeah.
and it's cool to see that we're reaching really far across the world.
Yeah, we are. It's
The weather we're covering isn't impacting you, but love to see that you're enjoying our coverage to enough to stay.
yeah. And it all kind of goes back to oh, phone, come on now, don't do that. It all kind of comes back to the whole thing about liking the stream, making sure we're able to get the word out to everybody, because I mean, at the end of the day, we're a bunch of weather enthusiasts, I think would be the right word, who really do care about what we do, and we care very deeply about trying to get the word out to as many people as we can. So really, that's our main goal as of right now.
Yeah, and
I do
we
want to
do.
quickly add that our Jacksboro, Texas severe thunderstorm warning has been extended, and they're now, instead of it being 1.75 inch hail, it's 2.5. I think it's what, apple-sized hail or something like that. Has been expected through the storm.
Is that
Um,
a destructive tag? That I mean,
it-
that's gotta be
it's
close.
not
No.
it's not destructive. It's considerable. I think 2.75 or 3 is destructive.
Okay.
But it still should be taken as destructive because that is very life-threatening hail. And this is actually headed towards State Highway or U.S. Highway 81 and State Highway 101, which includes Chico. It includes, I think, Alvord, Park Springs, Sunset, and in between Bowie and Decatur, Texas.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. I did want to say, we will have occasionally have chasing streams as well, and chasers on our streams because we have a bunch of chasers that are part of this group, and we kind of started as a chasing group, and we're trying to expand a little bit to radar coverage as well, because that is very useful to corroborate and support the chasers that are out there, and help you guys in the best way possible. And the chasers that we have Dayton, we have Josh, Jacob. These are some of our more main chasers that go out there. We don't have anyone out today, but in future streams, stay tuned because they will be out. We will be providing videos of some of the coverage that they had in past streams and past chases very, very soon, with some voiceovers. And yes, also, Mama G is one of our chasers. Um, she's been great as well, getting out there. Especially, I think not too long ago, she was out in Oklahoma for the moderate risk that was in place, not the high we had recently, but a little bit before that on I think it was April 27th of this year. And we we're a chasing group, but we're also kind of expanding now to radar coverage, and we're all just friends here doing what we love.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, y'all should be able to hear us a little bit better. I went ahead and turned my mic up, and I turned the Discord side up. If we are not loud
Apparently,
enough,
I'm loud and you're quiet, Hunter.
yeah, I don't know. I turned my mic up quite a bit and turned.
I'll do a little a sound check on stream here. 1 second.
Okay. But yeah, for those of y'all that are tuning in, we are covering a little severe weather event going on. Hunter is very low. Okay. Oh wait, we got Torar. We'll wait for that to come through, y'all.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah.
Hey,
so
that's that Vidalia, Santa Claus, Leon's, Alston, Uvalde tornado warning. It previously was severe warned. I did mention that there was still rotation on there and that they could possibly reissue a tornado warning, and they just did. And this one went observed. So we do have an observed tornado warning on the ground. This is according to weather spotters this time, not emergency management. So confirmed, weather spotters have confirmed a tornado on the ground. Should be somewhere just northwest of Alston, Georgia. And this is heading towards the southeast, towards Alston near Uvalde, and it should cross state highway number 1, and that includes Rock Springs, Cedar Crossing, Johnston Corner, and New Branch.
Okay.
I get the feeling that this is probably a little bit closer to Higston as well.
Yeah.
Higston and Vidalia and Lyons, and also Santa Claus, it's a funny town name. You are all very much in the threat. Even though some of you are kind of on the northern edge or even outside of this polygon for the tornado warning, the tornado could be up in that direction, north of Alston. And either way, there's a very strong area of damaging winds that is moving through Higston right now. So if anyone knows people who live in Higston, Vidalia, Lyons, Santa Claus, even all the way over to Collins, let them know that there's a damaging storm moving right into their region capable of producing a tornado. If not, there is a tornado on the ground somewhere near Higston or just south. Also, I did want to say that the volume issues we were having, I went ahead and checked for myself. I turned the volume on my end like all the way up, so that I could hear. You were a little bit quieter than me, Hunter.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's maybe your mic's a little further away from you, but perhaps that is why. I'm not sure.
All right.
But you were able to hear as long as you turn up the volume quite a bit here on stream.
All right. There we go. I've got the mic a little bit more up to me now. I'm hoping that'll help alleviate that problem. Let me see. Yeah, we are looking at a confirmed tornado. We do believe that the tornado itself is further north. Like it is riding the northern side of the polygon. So a lot of people are likely not under that warning, or they likely didn't get the warning. So I know downtown, downtown Vidalia did not get the warning. Likely because they are outside of the polygon, and it really does matter what covers the polygon. Pac, maybe you have a little bit more to add to that, but
Yeah, not really. I mean, Vidalia, looking very concerning.
yeah. All right, Jeffrey, you have a good day, buddy. Sawyer did say that there's a new MD out. Jeffrey, I mean, I thought you said you were breaking up. My guy. Anyway, all right. Mesoscale.
Yeah, so I am very concerned about Vidalia, Lyons. I think that's where your tornado's going to spin up. They should issue a new warning up to the north, in my opinion. Uvalde, you should be fine. Mount Vernon, you're behind the storm. You're good to come out of your shelter, but maybe not necessarily. I wouldn't get outside because there's a whole bunch of rain still coming in and lightning. But this has been capable of producing a tornado, and it is currently labeled as observed, so there could be a tornado on the ground with this.
All right,
Headed
sounds
towards
good.
Vidalia,
And
Lyons, and Collins.
Pac, I do
Yeah.
believe we have a new tornado watch. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that pulled up for y'all. Yeah, we do. Let me go here. I'm not sure. Okay, we don't have the graphic yet, but we do have a new tornado watch that should be coming through any moment. Valid from.
Before we cover that,
Yeah.
I do want to say once again, That storm near Charleston is starting to move very close to the city. There was a severe thunderstorm warning for the city for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It won't expire for another hour. So the storms are going to be moving into that area in half an hour, 20 minutes or so. So make sure you're indoors if you're in Charleston or know people there. I don't think it's the time to be on the beach right now.
Yeah, no kidding. Um, Man, that upland boundary's pretty.
I will add that, especially to the south, like almost like immediately, like even including the city of Vidalia, the southeastern portion of Vidalia, as well as Santa Claus and Center, Georgia, there is a strong gust front or just mass amounts of wind inside of the storm, which is the reason why the severe thunderstorm warning was issued for 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is coming through right now, especially around Santa Claus. You guys, that's happening to you guys in about 5 to 10 minutes. So if not a tornado, strong winds are possible for that northern portion of the storm.
All right.
Also,
Yeah.
over in Texas, Jacksboro, near Jacksboro, just to the east, there is a large hail with this storm. This is the 2.5-inch hailstorm headed towards Chico, Alvord, Sunset, and Bridgeport, north of Decatur in Texas. And this also has a broad area rotation. I wouldn't expect it to produce any sort of tornado quite yet. But this is a rotating storm. It's a supercell producing hail. We would expect it to be rotating to produce as large as hail as what we're seeing. But it could try to tighten up here within the next half an hour or so into a more tornadic sort of storm. So we'll watch that for Chico, especially in Alvord.
10-4. Let me see. All right, y'all. Let's see what we got going on here. So, to kind of go over again what Pack was going over, if you know anybody in Cundiff, Texas, they are likely getting absolutely dumped on with hail, and I mean a lot of it. So that would be northeast of Jacksboro and going into Alvord. So if you know anybody in Alvord, Chico, you guys have got a lot of hail coming. And kind of working our way down the line, DFW, you're going to be impacted by this later on. So y'all keep that in mind now. We are going to be keeping an eye on the DFW area. Going on down the south here, we got more cells firing. Down to the southwest, down toward Clyde, Elmdale, Abilene. So kind of going on down the line here, you can see that cell is firing along that boundary right here. So that what appears to be a warm front, or a cold front rather, it's firing along that, and it's going to continue to keep going until it is, a fully mature supercell. Moving back on over to our southeastern threat. Have we got any updates on that tornado warning?
No updates that I have been able to find.
Okay.
No, I'm surprised they haven't issued it further north.
Yeah.
US 1. Is that going to be US 1? Is that the main US 1 that I know of? That goes
That is
all the way
US.
up,
That is US Highway number 1.
which is the Is that the one that just goes all the way up the coast? The
Pretty
main
sure it's yeah.
wow. Yeah, this road goes all the way up to where I am in New York, but down in Georgia where it is, it's about across US 1. It is over the rotational area is over this airport. I'm not entirely sure which, but there's an airport here near US 1, near Vidalia, and Santa Claus, Lyons. It is about to head into the town of Lyons. If it is on the ground, and you need to be in your safe spot in Lyons. Most interior room away from windows. Um, get into if you have a basement, get in there. Put a helmet on your head. Get stack mattresses, pillows, blankets, all anything soft over you, and bring a snack with you. Bring your pets. If you're driving, get to the nearest shelter immediately. You need to run. You need to get there quickly if you're in Lyons or anywhere nearby, just to the east especially. And same with Santa Claus. You guys need to be taking these precautions immediately because there is a strong rotation and a potential tornado on the ground near Lyons and quite an area of strong winds to the south along US 1.
Yeah, no kidding. Anyway, y'all, we are continuing to watch this as it becomes more prevalent. There we go. We got a destructive tag for Texas. So let's go ahead, y'all. Yeah, we are about to go back and look at Texas because we do have a destructive. Can one of y'all tell me what that's warned for while I make my way over here?
Not gonna be me.
Yeah, that's 2.75 inch.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
It's not updated for
And
me
that
yet.
includes Sunset, Chico, Olivard, Decatur, Bridgeport. Although the main hail core, goodness, that is a large hail core.
Yeah, that is
That is to the west of Chico. It's near Cundiff. So if that's near Farm to Market Road, 1810. Near Grace Ranch Road. That is over right now. Farm to Market Road, 1810, and Grace Ranch Road, just barely to the east of Cundiff, Texas. This looks like it's heading more towards nothing, really. More ranches out here. But if for whatever reason it moves in an odd way, the towns of Crafton, Park Springs, Chico, are Crafton especially should hit you first. Like you prepare now, and then should be Park Springs, Chico, and all of in between, and then Olivard later on over the next 40 minutes.
yeah, no
30 to
kidding.
40 minutes.
And so what I have pulled up on screen here, guys, is a 3D volumetric scan of the supercell that we're talking about, and you can see we've got an insane amount of hail within that, and I can clean this up quite a bit. We've got an insane amount of hail. Yeah, there you go. That right there's your hail core, and that hail core, if we look, it goes up to about 30, 35, 40,000 feet roughly. So that is a very, very strong storm. I would not mess with it when it decides, hey, I'm done with my hail core. It's gonna hurt if you're under it. So again, that is a really interesting look from that storm. So
Indeed, a very impressive hail core there.
yeah, no
Um,
kidding.
Taking a little bit of our attention, you can stay on the hail core for a while. I just wanted to update on the Rochelle Abbeville tornado warning has been allowed to expire. That was the same Andersonville and Ellaville, I think is what it was. Tornado warnings from earlier. That tornado warning has been allowed to expire and has downgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag due to the small amounts of rotation that are inside of that storm. But it's very difficult to tell. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. Probably no hail inside of it, but 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts can be expected with that one. And also on our Leon's, Vidalia, and Santa Claus tornado warning, that one still has 30 minutes left. However, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning right in front of that one, with that will expire in an hour, and that one also has a tornado possible tag. It's sort of extending that tornado warning, but not the actual tornado warning itself. They downgraded it to a severe thunderstorm warning ahead of it for a tornado possible with 1 inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's heading towards Cobbtown, Collins, Reedsville, Manassas, Belleville, and Hagen, Georgia.
Well, there you go. But yeah, guys, for those of you that are tuning in and that are new tornado warning for Georgia, go take a look at
A
that.
new tornado warning has been issued.
Continue, Hunter.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look at see what that's doing.
Yeah, for those just joining us, we're covering some severe weather today in across much of the southern tier of the U.S., from Dallas, Fort Worth down to Austin in Texas, and then all the way over through Shreveport, Jackson, Monroe, Meridian, Tuscaloosa, Montgomery, and
Towards
we're seeing the
Collins.
severe threat move through Macon and Charleston, South Carolina now, and is headed towards the Savannah region, Albany, Valdosta. Eventually, we'll get down there, and we should see that threat begin to subside probably within the next 3 or so hours on the eastern end of the risk. But then our attention will probably turn out west around 4 p.m. For Dallas to start seeing some pretty significant severe weather, and it'll shift a little bit east as well into the Louisiana and Mississippi regions with
Yeah.
time.
I mean, quite a busy day ahead. But the good thing about it, right, is after we get through today, we are likely going to have a break for a while or for a few days, as we aren't really going to be seeing anything major in terms of severe weather for a while. Maybe not until Thursday or Friday next week, if not sooner. So, you know, I might briefly disconnect from Discord. I hope
Oh,
I hope I don't. But if I do, I will be right back. Let me see. Of course I did. I'm gonna go ahead and join back with them. Let me go ahead and get back in there for y'all. All right, we are back. Yeah, but okay. All right, hold on. I gotta get starter talk. All right, hold on. I gotta get this hooked back up. All right, talk.
Hello.
Okay,
Test,
yeah,
test.
we got it. There we go. Okay, we're back. We're good. All right, now what
Was
were
the
you
stream
saying?
able to
Because
hear
they
me
could
when I
not
was-
hear you.
Oh, okay. I was saying that we do have a new tornado warning for that rotation that we were showing earlier in Vidalia and Lyons, Georgia. And this does include Collins, Manassas, Belleville, Hagen, and Claxton. But it does not include Reedsville. It's radar indicated and expires in 30 minutes. But that severe thunderstorm warning is still active. So strong winds are likely, even if there's no tornado, but there's a little bit of rotation, which is why that tornado warning has been indicated. As I said, Collins, Manassas, Belleville, Hagen, Claxton, basically riding along State Highway 292. As well as the southern portion of that tornado warning, including U.S. Highway 280.
All right, there you go. And so far we are at what 1:03 p.m. Central, 2:03 p.m. Eastern. Our severe threat is only really beginning to ramp up as we're beginning to see storms firing over here in Texas, and have been observing that for the better part now of what y'all about an hour and a half. So yeah, I mean we're hanging out, watching for any imminent threats of a tornado, and we're also here to cover the massive hail risk over there. Because man, we've seen some big hail, big hail. But man, look at that hail core back here.
Yep, we're hoping so too, Leo.
Yeah, Leo, we are. Okay.
All right. Let me
So
see
you're
here.
okay. Yeah, you're right. So the new SPC Day One outlook is bringing up the possibility of a derecho. Uh,
Boy, where's that?
according to Sawyer, they mentioned that.
For later tonight.
Did they outright mention it?
What I've seen, what people have been posting about, apparently.
I'll do a little reading. Someone else, Hunter.
Yeah.
So I think those tornado watches or warnings are kind of important.
Yeah, you're right. So kind of going back here, y'all. We are go. Yeah, let's go back to our tornado warnings. We'll get a more broad look at those and see if they are pressing in any way. And quite frankly, I do not believe they are. They are looking very mid.
Bed.
They're looking very mid. Very not good. Very bad. But that's what you want if you live in these areas. So really, we're kind of sitting here hanging out. How are y'all doing in chat?
Yeah, I'm thinking we can start covering some specific locations again. So, everyone who's here watching, let us know where you're from and if you want us to kind of look at your specific location for what your weather is going to be for today and over the next couple of days, so that you guys can know if you need to be ready for anything significant.
Yeah, no
You're
kidding.
gonna have to excuse me. That was last SBC Outlook. They did mention the possibility of a very conditional derecho possible. Albeit that is not mentioned in the most recent Outlook. They do mention a possible MCS system, which is what a derecho is. They do mention that a possible MCS system could form, producing 70 to 90 mile an hour winds.
There you go.
So not a derecho. They're not. I guess they're not as confident in a derecho occurring overnight. I think that should be somewhere that should start, I believe, in Mississippi, at like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be an overnight event. If the forecast verifies, that is, it'll be an overnight event with very strong winds. So if not a derecho, we're still going to have some pretty strong and powerful winds that could be pretty disruptive to a lot of people along the south.
Yeah, no doubt. We are Arkansas, but kids and grandkids in Colorado and Georgia. Okay, so yeah, we'll start off here in Arkansas.
We've got 75067.
You got that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Louisville, Texas.
It is. It's humid as heck, and yeah, man. I would imagine y'all have got quite a bit of storm fuel up there, and the storms that are firing off to the east central Texas are taking advantage of it.
So, Major Hansen You're in the DFW area, Dallas Fort Worth. Again, storms are going to be coming there probably around 4 p.m. They're starting to get, inching a little bit closer to the region, but more are going to form from what we're seeing right now, and we should see, a large hail threat would be probably the main risk, and a damaging wind and potentially even a tornado threat, albeit on the lower end from what we have been seeing over the past couple of days. It has been chaotic, very, and I don't expect to see anything too significant, but it is possible. And again, around 4 p.m. is when it should kind of reach that region, especially on the further north side. It may happen just a little earlier, 3 p.m., and then should end within 2 hours of that, so 5, 6, 7 p.m.
There you go. I mean, we are, like I said, it is 1:10 p.m. Central, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. We are covering a big hailer, a giga hailer, up here, giga hailer, up here in northern Texas. We've got, I'm not sure if we have any reports on that, but I would have to assume we've got at least maybe 2.25 inch hail.
Get back for just a second.
Let me see. Yeah, I mean, we are, we are keeping an eye on it, y'all. If y'all have any areas or anywhere that y'all want us to cover, go ahead and throw them in the chat. We would love to go over it.
See that the southern severe thunderstorm warning in Texas, that destructive tag is still
wait.
confirmed. Like it's still
Hey, we've got a
ongoing right
confirmed
now.
tornado in
warning
Iowa.
has been issued.
Oh, what?
Yeah, there's a confirmed tornado in Iowa.
Okay, yeah, south of Charles City, Iowa.
What?
Observed tornado seems to be on the intersection of 250th Street and Shadow Avenue, due south of Charles City, heading northeast towards State Highway 18 and 218, Avenue of the Saints. It's heading
Man,
towards.
the radar coverage. The radar coverage is awful. Oh man. Like I mean I was like, what in the world, Iowa? Am I reading that right?
It appears to be a very slow-moving cell, possibly producing a land spout, by the looks of it on radar. I mean, it could have formed a very small mesocyclone to produce a tornado, but this is law enforcement confirmed a tornado, and this is for southeastern Floyd County in north central Iowa. Storm's moving at around 15 miles an hour to the southeast. Southeast? Interesting. So almost stationary that this is moving in. There's not really a whole lot that is near this area that would warrant any kind of major tornado precaution. However, Charles City is to the north of this. So in the event that this storm were to shoot up north while still producing a tornado or land spout, then Charles City would want to kind of take notice of this, as they should be right now.
All right. I'm back here.
Pack, we've got a confirmed tornado warning in Iowa.
Are you kidding me?
I am not.
Right when I leave,
Yeah.
Jacob State does it again. What's going on in Iowa?
I have no idea.
A general thunderstorm risk.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd say potentially a land spout.
Probably is, huh?
I can't believe
Nashua, Charles City, Bassett. Um,
Oh man.
Sorry for people who lived up here. I would not have expected this. This happens
I
sometimes in
mean, I saw the
meteorology.
tornado warning come through. I'm like, wait, A, wait,
Yeah,
A, Iowa.
this is approaching US 218 and US 18 just to the south and east of Charles City.
Given the
Jeffro.
parameters, it more than likely is a land spout on the ground, if anything.
Yeah,
So
probably.
from Jeffro, how dangerous are landspouts?
They generally don't tend to be more than say an EF1 tornado. They're never usually that significant. Most of them are even EF zeros. And they're a lot of times you see them in locations that don't have a lot of population. It's just the way that the dynamics kind of where they line up for landspouts. But um, they can mess around with, any sort of farm equipment out there, trees if there are any trees, and kind of like a damaging wind event in similarity, but over a very, very small location. Um, they're not too concerning in my opinion. But if we've got nothing else going on, landspouts are important to cover.
Yeah, they are.
So, and important to still get in your safe spot for landspouts.
They went ahead and dropped the warning. There you go.
They did.
Yep.
So it probably went down and then came right back up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
That happens
The
as
more
well.
meteorological definition of a land spout is a land spout, or is more so a tornado-esque event occurring inside of a storm that does not include a mesocyclone. So the updraft of that storm, which is the energy being sucked up into that storm, there's no rotation to it, and it kind of just forms out of nowhere. Usually, sometimes it can just be random friction. It can be cells merging with each other. It can just be a random gust of wind in the upper levels, mid levels even, that can kind of just get a little bit of a spin up.
No.
They're very common in the plains during these very odd parameter events, where you wouldn't expect a tornado to occur, which they don't, because this isn't a tornado. This is a land spout. It's not associated with a mesocyclone, and it kind of just it can happen randomly.
No. And they did have a warning. We were all kind of shocked that it happened up there in Iowa, because we thought our main focus for today would be in the southeast. And so no,
Yeah,
they
that's
definitely had
kind
a
of what I
warning.
meant by that.
Yeah. Hey,
Um,
wow.
Additionally, yeah, so they're not generally too strong. You said that warning was dropped, Hunter.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. But we still do have a warning in place in Georgia. It doesn't look too significant in my opinion. That
Hey,
storm that was in Lyons, Vidalia, if it did produce there, it's done now, most likely.
Pat,
But there's still a damaging wind threat with it.
go ahead and look at KDYX and go up a few tilts. That little hook right there. You
DYX.
gotta go way up. If you look at relative,
Oops.
it's a little area of rotation right there.
You mean the one right near the radar?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And,
think it would be.
and it's right along that boundary.
I'm assuming that boundary is probably the dry line today.
Yeah, would that
Uh,
be?
if it moves off of that boundary, if it kind of meanders more to the east, more to the right, it will become probably more of a hazard for tornadoes um, as it moves off towards Albany. But if it heads towards Moran, Breckenridge, in Texas, we got to be watching out for that to potentially produce a tornado here in the somewhat near term around the next 20, 30, 40 minutes. So anyone in those areas, keep on alert. Keep an eye on the skies.
Let me go ahead and check.
What do we got here?
Let me see.
I do want to go over really quickly what everyone should be doing. If you're under a warning today, specifically a tornado warning, you want to get to your, and we call it your town name, you want to get to your lowest floor away from windows. If you can get into a basement or a neighbor's basement, that would be preferable. If you're in a mobile home, we don't want to be in that mobile home. That mobile homes are very susceptible to tornadoes. They will be picked up and tossed around. If you are driving, you want to either get into a sturdy location, that would be the most preferable thing to do, or if you can't, drive into a ditch if you're very close to the tornado. And if you are in your house, get into that interior room. A hall closet or a bathroom will work. Put a helmet on. Um, put mattresses, put anything soft over your head, pillows, blankets. They will do the job of protecting you in a very good way in case any debris comes flying into your region where you are staying, and that's going to help you not get sustained injury to your head, to really anything. Um, in case, especially if a wall collapses on you, in the case of a worst case scenario, if a tornado hits you and a wall collapses, you may be trapped. But if you have something soft over your head, that will protect you from blunt force trauma to your head. Also, if you have a whistle, bring that with you, and bring some food and water with you, of course, to wherever you're going to ride out the tornado. And if you are watching, have a good way of receiving weather warnings, and stay tuned to this stream or any other preferred way of keeping up with the coverage so you know when it's safe to get out. And when it is safe to get out is about 10 minutes, 15 minutes after any sort of tornadic circulation passes over you. Because if there is a tornado on the ground that had moved over you and you are trapped, um, it'll be safest to exit later so that EMS, emergency services, first responders can hear you if you can blow that whistle, or uh, if you need to scream for help as well. You're going to want to do that a little bit later so that there are plenty of people there to help. Um, you don't want to blow your your vocal cords out like I've done um, too early, because that will, if you don't have it for later, that's going to be when people are around to help you and get you out of your um, poor location if you're trapped.
Yeah. I mean, y- we don't tell y'all. Do hail cores help build tornadoes in any way?
Quite the
Well,
opposite.
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of times what happens is storms that produce tornadoes are severe, and they're supercells, right? That are rotating storms. And those also have a general tendency to produce hail to some extent. But when you get very large hail, what that does is that hail will kind of prevent the stronger winds from kind of wrapping in, and even just produce more of that. Um, it's going to kind of prevent really that rear flanking downdraft in the back part of the storm from cooling off very fast, because rain is what really can do that effectively, and that is something that you need to get tornadoes to form, is that the rear flanking downdraft, the air behind the storm needs to be cold enough and contrast with the warm, moist inflow on the right side of the tornado. So when you get hail, significant hail, it can actually kind of disrupt that process, and your tornado threat will go down. Small hail is not necessarily a bad thing, though, because a lot of times that is mixed with rain and still can aid in tornado development. If there's anything more you want to add to that, Sawyer, go ahead.
I think you got most of that covered. More so, theory that I've heard is that often when you have very large hail, and especially a mass amount of hail within an updraft, it can often cool the updraft. And when it does that, your updraft begins to kind of weaken per se, which allows for that hail to fall down and wreak havoc on the surface while also weakening any kind of tornado or rotation um, within that storm.
All right. So yeah, we've got that large hail that is in Chico, Texas, pretty much right about now. And we also have that cell that is near Moran, Texas, Albany, Texas, Breckenridge. That does have a nice little hook echo. It could try to rotate and produce something here fairly soon, next 20, 30 minutes. Hopefully it does not, but it is moving towards Albany to US 283, where it meets US 180 and 183 near Breckenridge. That is going to be where this storm is headed in Texas. And we also have that one near Alvord. Did I say that right? Alvord, Decatur. Chico has just gone through it, and there's quite a bit of large hail with this storm as well. The hail threat is certainly going to be the highest threat, especially with these initial cells. And this is now north of Decatur. Moving to the east-northeast towards Era, Valley View along I-35 south of Gainesville and the Red River in Texas. This should go to the north of Denton, however. So Denton, you're all good for now. But more storms are forming out here to the west, and they may try to grow into stronger and more mature storms, just like the one producing this hail.
Yeah, there you go. And for those of you tuning in, we are covering a pretty substantially wide risk area for severe weather today, and we have been live now for hitting on 4 hours. Goodness, man. So if y'all haven't already and you're tuning in, go ahead and hit the like button. If you want a free way to support what we do for free, hit the like button. Y'all don't know how much it helps. It really does. I know we very often have people that come in here. They'll join and then they'll hang around and then they'll leave. So we really need to get a hold of the people that need to see the live stream, for sure.
They could be in the path of some of these storms, and we want them to be safe, so we want to reach as many people as possible.
Yeah, no kidding. No.
So I do want to put our attention a little bit more on to the stuff that's going on in Georgia. We did have a tornado warning a while earlier, the same one that affected Vidalia and Lyons. That one was over Collins, Manassas, Belleville, and Claxton. That one is being allowed to expire. However, very similar to that storm and many storms around that area, a severe thunderstorm warning is, again, ahead of that specific section of that storm with a tornado possible tag, because this storm still has retained a little bit of rotation, albeit not enough rotation and confidence for the NWS to reissue a new tornado warning, at least of right now.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And
100%.
Very similar to that last one. It's riding U.S. Highway 280. So Hagen, Claxton, Daisy, and Pembroke. Y'all should just be on the lookout for a little bit as you have a severe thunderstorm warning heading towards you guys. And that still has a 70-mile-an-hour wind tag, along with a little bit of possible rotation. So definitely be on the lookout for that one.
Yeah, no kidding. We are, like I said, y'all, on the very on the cusp of it. But we there's only so much to cover here. Um, where we're not repeating ourselves over and over again, and because I feel like over time people start to get very numbed down to it. Like the more we do it, and the more we do it, and the more we do it. So
At the same time, though, we
yeah,
are getting new people joining and leaving. So we got to make sure that all these people that are doing that do get the information that they need to hear as soon as as soon as possible.
right, 100%.
So that's why we are repeating ourselves here.
And we don't
We
mean
do
to.
appreciate you
Well, no,
watching
we
for an
do mean
extended
to.
period of time.
Yeah. But what are you doing?
Yeah, that cell looks kind of interesting there.
What are you trying to do, boy?
It's a little hook.
Man, look at that thing.
Yep.
Hmm.
Um, Again, there is an enhanced risk out in place. I'm going to name a lot of the more major cities here in this. Austin, Round Rock, Killeen, Waco, Cedar Hill, Dallas, Fort Worth, McKinney, Plano, Denton, um, I don't know if I said McKinney, Decatur, you're very near a storm as well. Sherman, we've got Longview, Tyler, Texarkana, you're in this as well. El Dorado in Arkansas, Shreveport, Louisiana, Nacogdoches, College Station, both in Texas. Um, we've got Alexandria in this, Monroe, Vicksburg, Jackson, Hattiesburg, Meridian, now into Alabama, Tuscaloosa, Montgomery, Dothan, Mobile, you're in the slight, but you're very near that enhanced. Same with Tallahassee. There is a larger area of storms moving through South Georgia now, toward getting towards Albany and Douglas, and moving in the general direction of Savannah, Georgia. Um, and once that moves through, the severe threat should end. So that is good news. There are storms moving through Charleston now, packing some wind. Um, but there's no real significant severe threat with these. No tornado threat. You're all good. Just stay indoors for the next, it could be several hours with a lot of rain behind this. So
Hold
not a
on,
great beach day out there.
Pack. I am
Same with
going.
Savannah.
I'm probably gonna end up disconnecting for a minute. I've got to export a thumbnail. So let me go ahead and I will be right back.
All right.
Wait 1 second. And all right. All right. Go back. Hold on.
To Austin, Texas, Paris to Lufkin, Shreveport, Natchitoches, Alexandria, Winfield, Hollandale to Natchez, Macomb to Vaden, Brooksville to Hattiesburg, and then into Alabama, Tuscaloosa to Mount Vernon, just north of Mobile, and then Montgomery to Bruton, Enterprise to Eufaula, then into Georgia. Well, storms we currently have Americus to Thomasville, Dublin to Waycross, Statesboro to Brunswick, Savannah, including that, as well as Hampton and Beaufort in South Carolina.
Is that Malachi?
Yeah. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, just south of the one that we mentioned earlier in Georgia, south of Claxton, Pembroke, the same Vidalia, Lyons cell that we were talking about earlier. A new little bit of rotation has been noted by the National Weather Service. They issued a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag to the south of the previous severe thunderstorm warning. This one straddles along U.S. Highway 25 and includes Ludowick or Ludowicki. I have no idea how to pronounce that. I'm very sorry. And it also includes Gum Branch. Again, very small rotation. No tornado warning on this one, but there is a tornado possible tag. But 70-mile-an-hour winds are the main threat with this one, with reported about a mile. Reported around 1 inch of hail.
There you go. There you go. Peck, you got anything?
This all expires.
Yeah,
in
so
40 minutes.
Mama G was asking about Alabama. So do we want to do a little timing on Alabama? I mean, I would say the best chance for storms today, you are in the, especially in South Alabama, the higher risk region for today. There's a chance for damaging winds and tornadoes. The hail threat is a little bit lower there than it is out west in Texas. So the damaging winds and tornadoes should be the main sort of threat up there. But as far as timing is, we're talking about, so eastern Alabama may get hit by some of these initial storms right now. And then there's perhaps another round sort of in parts of Alabama coming around, what is this now? 7, 8, 9 p.m. or so. 8 to 9 p.m. And that'll move through the region. And then perhaps even a third round in the early morning. We'll see how that goes with that sort of MCS, mesoscale convective system that forms. And that's just really a fancy talk for a line of storms that could bring a lot of damaging winds and some tornadoes to the region, and specifically from Louisiana eastward through Mississippi and Alabama in the enhanced risk regions for today.
Yeah, no kidding. And you know, we've already kind of had an active day already. You know, we had a few tornado warnings this morning, and then you know, now we're dealing with a lot of hail. But yeah.
We also do have a new tornado watch out for Central Texas, including Abilene, Junction, and Stephenville, as well as Waco and Dallas. Those are all the DFW Metroplex is now inside of a tornado watch. That one expires at 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Again, looking at that rotation over the radar, not really seeing anything impressive. But here at some point, I'm going to have to go get busy. And I don't know if Pac will be here to kind of man the ship. If not, we have already been live for 4 hours. And, you know, so...
Yes, the severe threat will certainly continue. We wanted to cover some of the eastern threats for today, and we had some tornadoes on the ground. And then later on today, we're going to get that threat over in the western parts, into parts of Texas, Louisiana, southernmost Arkansas as well, and Mississippi going into the later hours today.
And there is a real possibility that depending on the threat we have tonight, that we might be live again tonight. Uh, it really depends on how things end up going in terms of the severe weather. But if I remember right, I don't think we're going to be done until what, like late tomorrow morning, or like maybe early morning.
Yeah, it'll be early morning tomorrow,
Yeah.
and even tomorrow's risk is a slight risk. So we've got still some more chances for severe weather in the Florida Panhandle, the eastern Florida Panhandle, and parts of the peninsula as well, and South Georgia. So anywhere from Macon southward.
Hey,
Once again, maybe under the threat tomorrow, a little bit with that
hey,
secondary
Donna,
round of
not a
severe weather.
problem. We appreciate you. And if there is an immediate reason to go live, like like a metropolitan area about to get impacted, we will be back. We are, very stringent on that.
Yeah, we want to help as many people as we can. Uh, right now, there's just not a whole lot going on. I know there are a couple of other streams out there now,
Yeah.
and um, we I've got some things to be doing today. I've got finals coming here at college, so it's kind of a crazy time now for the
Yeah.
next week or so, and then I'll be in summer. So we'll also probably be streaming a lot going into next week because we'll have chasers out in Oklahoma and some of the Central Plains, and that is going to be really helpful information for us as we're streaming, assuming there are severe weather events to cover. They'll be out there. We'll have Dayton, perhaps Josh as well, and it should be interesting to see what kind of weather they get to see, as well as providing the on-ground truth that we need to give you guys so that people in the warnings will take action.
Right. Yeah. Um, we can't thank y'all enough for tuning in. We are, beyond appreciative of the possibly, additional 70 to 80 subscribers we've gained today. We can't thank y'all enough. We are beyond appreciative. But really, what we need to be doing is more, less, is saving our energy and trying to figure out how we can improve the quality of what we do here. Um, eh, because quality and trying to figure out how we can get info out to in the most efficient way possible is what we really need to aim and strive for. So, and we continue to do that with every day. I can't tell you how many meetings we have before we go live. So,
Yeah, I do want to quickly say I kind of just said it in the chat, but it was great to see some of you guys from yesterday's stream who came
yeah,
over today as well to watch us keep people safe, cover these storms that are going on. I'd love to build a community here. We're all friends. We all just love the weather, and we want to make sure that everyone is safe because sometimes weather is mesmerizing. It's cool to us, but at the same time, it can really hurt some people, and when people aren't prepared, and that is the kind of stuff that I want to avoid the most, so that I can kind of enjoy my passion for it.
yeah, and we hope that by us going live for maybe rather events that other people wouldn't do, we kind of build our our own little community. Like Nathan, I recognize you. I know there's a few people, Donna. There are people out there that we look at, and I can look at you and I know who you are. Like that is something so cool to me, that we are building a community up of people who find what we're interested in and find it cool. That is beyond cool to me, and it's always been cool to me. Uh, Ever since I was younger, I always wanted to be a YouTuber. So, uh, but as I've gotten older, and gotten into weather, you're making a real impact on people's lives. When you're doing this kind of stuff. Donna, you are amazing. Donna, um, we can't thank y'all enough.
Thank you to everybody who has been watching and being supportive of what we're doing and sharing and everything, and very much appreciated.
Cause we ain't done yet,
all of
yo. We ain't done yet. We
We're
got
not done.
no. We are building. With every stream, we are building it up better, so we can bring you
And
better.
same with the videos. We're
Yeah.
trying to improve the quality there, the editing, the getting it out to as many people as possible, so that people know when some of this weather is coming into all the regions in the U.S. Because the weather is always changing. There's always new things to look at, and we're trying to provide that information as clear so anyone can understand it as possible while trying to teach something as well. So, are we just about here? Done, Hunter?
Yeah, I think we are. Again, even after we end it, we are not done with the severe weather. Y'all, if you have a weather radio, put batteries in it. But we are not dealing with the same level of severe threat that we were yesterday. Um, Now, if we were, we would 100% be here all day. Uh, but we aren't, and it is more efficient for us as individuals to go ahead and call it. So we can't thank you guys enough, and not to mention, despite what people think, it's better for the channel too. So thank you guys for watching. We appreciate it, and we will speak to you probably next week. To be honest with you. All right, thank
Yep.
y'all.